what you need from this. So keep it from your friends. Show me how you wanna feel. Take it with control. I might show you things you didn't know. You rise for miles above the world. On and on, let it burn all night. We won't even stop before the morning light. Whoa, high above the clouds. On and
call it the big time. Got your name in lights. Now you're gonna shine. Got them in your sights.
You're just trying to find a way out. I don't wanna tell you how to live, but I just don't want you to miss. And I don't mean to scare you, I want you to live, and I dare you to give this life all you have. Yeah, all you don't miss, just make, don't get it twisted. We're on a mission to live life legendary. Yeah, we are legendary. We are legendary. We are not ordinary. We are legendary. You will remember our names. We are legendary. Living extraordinary. We are legendary. You will remember our names. Thin our blood. You're one of us. You're one of us. There's strength in our blood. You're one of us. You're one of us. We are legendary. We are not ordinary. We are legendary. You will remember our names. We are legendary. Living extraordinary. We are legendary. You will remember our names. You will remember our names. You will remember our names. Show me how you wanna feel. Guide me with your hands. Take what you need from this and keep it from your friends. Show me how you wanna feel. Take it with control. I might show you things you didn't know. You rise for miles above the world. On and on, let it run all night. We won't even stop for
woke a giant up, now here I come. I ain't going nowhere, so you better run. I'm a giant, and I never fall. The biggest in the game, I want it all. I'm a giant, like a riot. I'm defiant, more power than a tyrant. I'm a giant, the biggest in the game. I'm a giant, I'm defiant, more power than a tyrant. And I never fall, no, and I want it all.
This week's Dragon football broadcast is brought to you by White's Chapel United Methodist Church, Feed Store Barbecue, Kim Bedwell Briggs Freeman Southlake, Godwin Bowman PC, The Baker Firm Fidelity National Title, Tommy Pennington Realty Group, Macero, All-Star Orthopedics, Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, First Autoplex, Southlake Dermatology, CLC Roofing, Patriot Mobile, AC Pros, and Mills Wealth Advisors.
Hey Dragon fans, welcome to the Carroll Dragon Pregame Show, sponsored by Kim Bedwell Real Estate. Now here's your hosts, Chris Blake and Robert Clayton.
From ATT Stadium in Arlington, it's the 2024 6A Division II State Championship game as the Carroll Dragons take on the Austin Vandergrift Vipers. Hi there and welcome to the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton, our statistician Brandy Davidson, producer Bill Webb, and our Tradio production team of Trey Bell and Tim Polster. Carroll reached the state title game last week after a walk-off field goal to beat Longview 20-17 in the state semifinals. There are 3 schools in Texas that have won 9 state championships: Carthage, Katy, and Aledo. Carthage actually won its 10th yesterday, and the Dragons are looking to become the 4th with 9. Vandegrift and Leander ISD, just outside of Austin, are here for the second time in 3 years after falling to DeSoto in 2022. It's a team that has only been around for about 15 years. The school played its first season of varsity football in 2010. Robert, we're here at AT&T Stadium. 10 state champions have been crowned. Smithson Valley just became number 10. And about 3 hours from now, the 11th team will be either Carroll or Vandegrift.
Well, that's right, Chris. It's been an incredible week of football here at AT&T Stadium. 10 teams have etched their names into the history books, and now it comes down to the Carroll Dragons or the Vipers of Vandergrift. The energy in the stadium is going to be electric today, Chris.
You hear that electricity in the background right now. They are presenting Smithson Valley with its 5A Division I championship as quarterback Cade Spradling played every single down at either quarterback or middle linebacker for the Rangers in this one. But we're focused on the Dragons today. And last week, Carroll actually played its lowest scoring game of the season, 37 total points between the Dragons and the Lobos. We'll get to that final drive in just a little bit. But Robert, what impressed you most about the Dragons' defense in that win over the Lobos?
For me, Chris, it was their real resilience. The Dragons showed that they could adapt, and they found a way to win, and we've seen this from time and time again from this season. They traded punch for punch. It was an epic heavyweight matchup. Their offense might not have put the usual fireworks up, but they made plays when it mattered most. Execution again on the small things, Chris. Special teams, kickoff coverage, just to name a few.
Well, Carroll and Vandergrift, a couple of programs that pride themselves on hard work. We know about the culture at Carroll, but give you a quick story about Vandergrift after we talked to head coach Drew Sanders earlier this week. Newest high school in Leander ISD, named for Matthew Vandegrift, a Leander High grad who was the first person who attended school in that district to die in combat in Iraq. Because of that, head coach Drew Sanders uses a lot of military parallels in his program, runs it with 4 pillars: discipline, effort, toughness, and honor. And you see a lot of similarities between the two schools here, don't you?
Oh, you absolutely do. Both programs have built their success on the foundation of discipline and hard work, and it shows in how they play the game. Carroll's culture of excellence is legendary. Everyone throughout the state knows that. It's built on decades of tradition. But what stands out about Vandergrift is how they forged their identity in such a short amount of time. And Chris, you're right. Those 4 pillars, discipline, effort, toughness, honor, are not just words for Vandergrift, they're a way of life. Coach Sanders has installed a military mindset that not only demands excellence on the field, but also shapes these young men and leaders off the field. They actually have a ranking system in their program, all the way from generals, captains, to privates.
And Carroll has a little bit of military, what's the right word, influence in its program too, doesn't it?
Well, for some sitting at home that don't know, actually the Dragon logo has some military influence. The logo itself was created after the U.S. Navy Electronic Attack Squadron, also known as the Zappers, established in 1959. They did missions providing electronic countermeasures over the air.
Well, Carroll head coach Riley Dodge has been here plenty of times in his life. This is state championship game number 5 for him. 3 wins as a player, 1 defeat as a head coach. How can he use that experience in those 4 prior trips to help his team today?
Well, Riley Dodge brings a wealth of experience to this game, both as a player and as a coach. Having been on this stage multiple times, he understands the magnitude of a state championship, and more importantly, he knows how to prepare his team for this. That experience alone is invaluable. As a player, he lived through the pressures and expectations. As a coach, he's had to guide his team through the same challenges. The 2020 championship loss to Westlake was a tough one, but you can bet it taught him a lot about what it takes to compete at this level and what's needed to finish the job. The message from the players this week is that Coach Dodge was so detailed in every inch of his game plan. Coach even mentioned to us that he kind of bunkered himself in.
Locked down for the week, focusing on this one. The Dragons playing in a state title game for the 11th time in school history. Carroll is 8-2 in state championship games dating back to the late 80s. So we are less than 45 minutes away from kickoff between Carroll and Austin Vandegrift here at AT&T Stadium. Coming up before 3 o'clock, we will get you the starting lineups, Robert's keys to the game, and of course hear from Dragons head coach Riley Dodge. But before we do all that, we'll dig into each of these teams on both sides of the ball on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Mesero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso-craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Mesero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope and peace and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Dragons playing in their first state championship game since 2020 here at AT&T Stadium this afternoon as we continue on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton. As we've been told, kickoff will now be at 3:30 here in Arlington, so you get to hang out with us for a little bit longer than previously scheduled here before we get started today. Robert, they've changed the graphics on the video board from Highland Park and Smithson Valley to Carroll and Vandegrift, starting to feel a little more real as we creep closer to kickoff.
Oh, you're seeing the Dragon fans starting to fill in just a little bit as Smithson Valley transitions off the field. The Dragon players are starting to do some light warm-ups. You're starting to feel the aura of the state championship, Chris.
Look, a little bit of a bummer if you win a state title game that is not the last one of the night. You've kind of just got to get off the field so the next one can get started. Of course, after the Dragons today, it's the 6A Division I title game. North Crowley taking on Westlake in that one. But let's talk about this one first with the Carroll offense. And when people think about Carroll football, they often think about offense, specifically a high-flying passing game. But the Dragons put together a drive for the record books on Saturday against Longview, took the ball with just under 7 minutes to play, and killed the rest of the clock to set up Gavin Strage's game-winning field goal. How impressive was that?
Well, it was just not about gaining yards, Chris. It was the situational awareness, the execution, and then really staying composed under the immense pressure these players were under. You know, they mixed in just enough balance of the run game, the short passes, to keep the chains moving, and they left no time on the clock for Longview to really respond. And I'll tell you this, that's as close to perfection as you can get for a coach. And Chris, it was one of the most incredible coaching performances I have seen in the last 7 to 8 minutes of a football game in a very long time.
And the Dragons put together drives like that in the second halves of games every once in a while in these regular season games where they're up by a few touchdowns. And they seem inconsequential at the time, but coaching staff knows they're working on stuff for situations just like that, don't they?
Well, is what Riley kind of said this week is, you know, when he looked at that, the last 8 minutes, he thought in his head, you know, we could give it back to Longview, and didn't know how many possessions he might have. And so he made a decision. His intuition said, you know, if you can keep this ball out and run it out, you know, let's end the final possession in Carroll hands and let's try to win the game. And he did that. It was a masterful play call.
And you look at this offense, relatively young group, just 3 senior starters. They even start 4 sophomores. And one of the things I think you can see in high school sports more than as you progress to the college and pro levels is the progression of growth in performance and maturity over the course of the season. How have you seen this group grow through the first 15 games?
Well, you can always see flashes of their potential, Chris. But honestly, as the weeks went on, their confidence grew. They learned to trust each other, execute the game plan, and handle the high-stake moments like seasoned veterans. It's a testament to the culture at Carroll. Younger players stepping in, buying in, and contributing at a high level. That's what makes this program so special, Chris. And now here they are on the biggest stage.
Today they take on a Vandergrift team that does hang its hat on defense. They've allowed under 14 points a game on average this season. It's a 3-3-5, but it's not always going to look like that, right?
Yeah, so it's ultimately a 3-3-5. They walk up linebackers. They have 5 deep. They sometimes almost looks like they're going to play with 4 on the line with the linebacker walked up. But there is some vulnerability to the run game on a 3-3-5. Especially if this offensive line for Carroll can get to the second level. It will be interesting to see how Vandergrift adjusts to Carroll's balanced attack, which can hurt you both on the ground and through the air. With 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers, and 5 defensive backs, the Dragons are going to see a lot of stemming, stunting, twisting, and blitzing.
You naming reindeer, or what's the... We are only 3 days till Christmas.
I was proud of that line, Chris. it went really well together.
I like it. But when you say all those things together, what are some of the things in practice that we're looking at?
Well, I think more than anything, when you look at this team from Vandergrift, they stem a lot, right? And so I think you've got to be very careful of, what that does to the snap count. Does it promote the false starts? Does it do those type of things? What we saw here, during the week was, a really big simulation on the scout team. They were actually in the numbers of the Vandergrift players. They were practicing the stemming and the stunning and the blitzing and the twisting. And so it speaks volumes when you can get that type of practice, on the field during the week, especially such a high-stake game.
And that defensive line is really the anchor of this defense, anchored by a couple of guys who are maybe their best defensive players, and Deshaun Morgan, a defensive end, who is signed with Arizona State, and Ian Witt at defensive tackle, who Sanders says would be playing at the next level if he was just a little bit bigger. Witt also the only guy who started for the Vipers 2 years ago when they took on DeSoto in the state championship game, starting that as just a sophomore. But what do those 2 guys mean to this group?
Well, it's like you said, they are the cornerstone of this defensive line, and this defensive line is really the heart and soul of this defense. Morgan brings the flash of his ability to rush the passer, while Witt provides the grit, plugging the gaps and anchoring the run on defense. They complement each other perfectly. Ian Witt might be one of the best interior D linemen I have seen on film all year. He is, the heart and soul of that defense, 3-year starter. Coach Sanders said this, in his military grade of the team, he's the 5-star general.
Said he's the one that's going to get the team fired up before they take the field most of the time when they head out. So knowing that those 2 are the anchors of this defense, what does that mean for the Carroll offensive line?
Well, I think more than anything, you have to stay disciplined. You have to understand that what you run as an offensive line is not a man scheme. Your zone scheme blocking, and so you've got to run your tracks. You got to be physical, and then you got to try to execute on the second level. You can't chase your man. Do not let the games up front deter you from the objective. That's something that Vandergrift did to Summer Creek all night long, and it caused a lot of problems for Summer Creek.
That's how this Carroll offense will have to contend with this Viper defense. Again, kickoff has been pushed back to 3:30, so you get a little bit of an extended version of the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show this afternoon from AT&T Stadium. Carroll in search of its 9th state championship. That would put it keep it in elite territory, I should say, becoming the 5th team to do that. I misspoke earlier. Salina won yesterday. That gives them 9 as well, along with Katy, Carthage, and Aledo, the only teams with 9 or more state titles. The Dragons are looking to become the 5th. So when we return on the pregame show, we will look at this Carroll defense and this Vandegrift offense. The 6A Division II state title game coming up in just under an hour on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified trained dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons!
Hey Dragon fans, it's Tommy Pennington here with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Do you think you need to do improvements to sell your home? Start planning today. Inquire about our Compass Concierge program. It's the hottest program in real estate where our broker will pay for the improvements at zero cost to you. Call us today at 817-416-9000 or check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon fans to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Welcome back to the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show from AT&T Stadium, where the Dragons are getting set to take on Austin Vandegrift for the 6A Division II state championship game. Carroll's last title came in 2011. Their last trip to the championship game was in 2020. But looking through the state title games in Carroll history, Dragons in 2011 defeated Fort Bend Hightower 36-29 rather was the final in that one. Prior to that, it was the Todd Dodge era when Carroll dominated in the early 2000s with championships in 02, 04, 05, and 06. And before that, 1988, 1992, and 1993. So Riley Dodge hoping to usher in maybe a new era of a run of state titles for the Dragons. And Robert, it's, I don't want to say funny, but obviously it coincides with great coaches when you have these little runs when teams just dominate for half a decade at a time.
Well, you know, Carroll has tended in the past to done it in clumps.
Right.
And, you know, I think there's a lot of excitement that's been building around this Carroll program, you know, over the last, 5 to 6 years. And they've been on the cusp of getting the state championship. And then, not only if you look at the guys on the field today, but, what they have coming behind these guys for the years to come, it feels like something special is happening again, Chris.
This is for Riley Dodge, year number 7 in charge, a career record of 93-8. I'd say that's a pretty good winning percentage if you look at it all in all.
It might come down to Dodge becoming the youngest Texas high school football coach to reach 100 wins in the state of Texas.
I mean, you would expect it to happen last season. They have not won fewer than 12 games in a season under Riley Dodge, which would put him at 100 by the end of the regular season next year. Well, let's look at this Carroll defense and how it's going to match up against this Vandergrift offense. And last week against Longview, Dragons held an offense that has put up a lot of points this year to just 17. Yes, Longview running back Kelvin Washington got his numbers, but otherwise the Dragons held Longview to just those 17 points and 310 total yards. How'd they get it done?
Well, I think it wasn't anything that they didn't have to do, but defensively up front, they controlled the line of scrimmage, Chris, not allowing Longview really to establish any type of consistent rhythm in the run game outside of Washington's efforts. You know, the game before versus DeSoto, Washington rushed for over almost 400 yards, right at about 400 yards. I think Carroll limited him to close to about 120, 130.
Something like that.
Somewhere around there. You know, they forced Longview, obviously, into passing situations to put pressure on the quarterback, making it difficult for them to get the ball down the field, which wasn't their specialty, and they put them in tough spots.
There's been a handful of defenders on this Dragon defense who have really stepped up their game in the playoffs. Zach Hayes, we've talked about a lot, seemingly getting a lease in the backfield over the last month or so. In the secondary, if you had to pick a guy who's stepped it up, Ethan Fisher has been outstanding here in the playoffs for the Dragons. Had a second half interception last week to change possession for the Dragons in the fourth quarter. Had a couple of touchdowns against Geyer on special teams and defense the week before that. What has he done to step his game up in the postseason?
Well, Fisher has taken his game to another level, and it comes down to his instincts and just really understanding of the game. You know, he's always around the ball. He reads the quarterback eyes really well, anticipating throws. He puts himself in the right position. You know, that's what makes him so dangerous as an asset in the secondary. But Chris, he also does it on special teams. Again, a starter on special teams who sells out.
And special teams have played a role for Carroll pretty much throughout the playoffs. You assume that would be the case again today.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talked to Coach Sanders of Vandergrift, and he said, you know, above everything that stands out of Southlake and their weapons and what they can do is how excellent they are on the little things being the special teams that tend to get overlooked at times. And he says, you know, that's how you can mark the quality of a very well-coached team, very complimentary on, you know, how serious the Dragons take special teams.
Well, offensively for the Vipers, quarterback Miles Teodecki has thrown for more than 3,000 yards this year, 46 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Spreads it around. They've got 4 guys with at least 25 catches for 350 yards on the year. So when you look at them as an offense, what do they try to do?
Well, Teodecki is very comfortable in the spread system. You know, he has great vision, and his ability to get the ball out quickly is what makes him so effective. You know, he'll likely take what the defense gives him, you know, whether it's hitting that quick out route or looking deep for a big play. It's all about taking advantage of the mismatches and attacking the defense from all angles on this Vandergrift offense.
And what about the running game? They've got Brendan Fournier, the senior running back, 6'2", 210, who's run for more than 1,100 yards, 19 touchdowns this season. What does their ground game look like?
You know, we'll probably talk a little bit more about that throughout the game, but, you know, honestly, that's the big question for tonight, Chris, is, you know, after watching film, each playoff game, they've really had several different approaches. You know, I've seen go to the zone-based offense, they go to the power, they go to the buck sweeps. You know, that shows that they can really kind of open their playbook and truly game plan against the defense they're playing against. They're just not one-dimensional. You know, I think we'll know probably after the first 2 series, Chris.
You know this Carroll defense well. If you were game planning a run game against them, how would you attack it if you were picking from those options?
Well, I think they have a very strong, you know, interior group. I think Lucky does a great job plugging, you know, those inside gaps. And I think the power game throughout the year hasn't really worked well on this defense. You know, it's been a bend but don't break. I would expect them to go some type of zone concept or try to get some buck sweep, get on the outside, you know, test the perimeter a little bit and put some one-to-one matches up there. That's what I would expect them to do. But again, you know, they might have a completely different game plan. They might see something different than I see.
Well, we are still 45 minutes from the opening kickoff here between the Dragons and Austin Vandegrift. It's the 6A Division II state title game from AT&T Stadium in Arlington. We'll take a break and come back with more on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey Dragon fans, it's Tommy Pennington here with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Do you think you need to do improvements to sell your home? Start planning today. Inquire about our Compass Concierge program. It's the hottest program in real estate where our broker will pay for the improvements at zero cost to you. Call us today at 817-416-9000 or check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon fans to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
This is Dr. Mark Greenberg, team physician for the Carroll Dragons. All-Star Orthopedics is proud to be the official sports medicine providers of Dragon Athletics. Our 8 board-certified orthopedic specialists offer surgical as well as non-surgical treatments for a full range of orthopedic injuries and conditions, with on-site imaging and physical therapy, along with best-in-class outpatient and inpatient surgical facilities. You can trust that we will be there with you every step of the way. Let us get you back in the game.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
.6A Division II state title game coming up at 3:30 from AT&T Stadium in Arlington. Carroll taking on Vandergrift out of the Austin area in Leander ISD. And the teams on the field right now getting ready for this one. Carroll on the near side of the field to where we are in its black pants, green jerseys. Vandegrift on the far side from our vantage point in all white this afternoon. Breaking out into position groups right now around the sideline of the field. Robert has put on a fake mustache here in the booth, and the coaching staff didn't bleach its hair, but they did make some adjustments to their looks.
Well, there is an old folklore that, every state championship game Southlake has won, the staff has had mustaches. So the staff took it upon themselves, all the assistant coaches, to grow their mustaches out. And it was a pretty funny sight, from what I've heard at Clap Out today. A lot of the parents had mustaches on in support of the Dragon coaches and this team. It's a fun little thing for the team.
Now, you say it's folklore, so do we know if there's truth behind it, or is it something that is just a recent thing that the coaches have started doing?
As far as I know, I only know of it this year, of it being in association. But if you go back and look at some of the old pictures in the Dragon Fieldhouse, you'll see the majority of them, if not all of them, sport a rockin' mustache, Chris.
Well, we mentioned this was the final day of state championships games here at AT&T Stadium. Always a great 4 days of football here. 12 total games played at AT&T Stadium over the course of the week. 2 winners in every class from 1A up to 6A. Starting on Wednesday, they played the 2 6-man championship games here. Those were won by Jayton and Gordon. Both actually were Mercy Rule games. Jayton beating Oakwood 54-8. Gordon over Whiteface 70-24. At Division II, a DFW team won state. Munster beating Shiner 36-29. At 3A Division II, Gunter over Woodville 28-0. 3A Division I was Columbus 48, Malakoff 14. And then you start getting into some of the more historic programs like Carthage winning its 10th state title at 4A Division II with a 28-14 win over Waco La Vega yesterday. Also yesterday, Salina won its 9th state title, 55-21 over Kilgore. First in 16 years for Salina. That moved them into a tie with Katy for 3rd all-time. Mentioned already that Carthage has 10 and Aledo has 12. But Salina was one of the most dominant programs in the state at one point when it was down at 2A, late 90s, early 2000s, won 4 straight state championships. But of course, competition gets a little bit tougher the bigger you get, and Salina could very easily be a 5A school by the time realignment rolls around 2 years from now.
Oh, it is, because as you go to divisions, obviously it gets harder. You know, you look at Carroll's way of going up to divisions from 3A. They spent a few years in 4A. That was kind of my era. We didn't win a state championship. We got really close. We went to the state semifinals, and then they made the leap to 5A, and that's really when Carroll went on that roll there in the mid 2000s, and then finished another one up in 2011.
5A Division II yesterday, South Oak Cliff fell to Richmond Randall 38-35. South Oak Cliff missed a 45-yard field goal that would have tied the game as time expired. And before yesterday, South Oak Cliff had not allowed a 5A opponent because they played a 6A school in non-district, but they had not allowed a 5A opponent more than 2 touchdowns all season, but give up 38 points yesterday. It was the 4th straight title game for South Oak Cliff, which they won in 21 and 22.
And I think when you look at that South Oak Cliff game last night, and just, as I sat down in the evening, just kind of preparing notes for tonight and watching that game, one of the biggest things that stood out, Chris, was special teams. There were a lot of big plays on special teams, that hurt South Oak Cliff, especially the very first opening kickoff of the game. They got down really quickly, 14-0, and they really couldn't recover, after that. And then special teams kind of played them throughout the rest of the game. So, if you're listening at home, we can't stress the importance of what it is, about special teams and what separates them champions.
Carroll has been solid on special teams pretty much all season, going back thinking to the win against Trinity in week 4, recovering a couple of onside kicks in that game. Dragons obviously saw something that made them keep going for it, and they got a couple of them.
Yeah, and I think that's the effect of just the staff and just game planning throughout the week of, finding some type of thing that you can use against the opponent. And that's what makes this staff so masterful in the sense of the game planning of what they do, Chris.
At 5A Division I, we just saw Smithson Valley beat Highland Park 32-20 to win the state championship. And then, of course, at 6A Division I, it'll be Westlake and North Crowley. North Crowley team, I think a lot of people are interested in because they beat DeSoto in non-district play. They knocked off Duncanville last week in the state semis, and really one of the good stories of this high school football season.
It is. It's a team that's been knocking on the door for a while, Chris. And what representation of 817 and just, Fort Worth in general, it's been dominated a lot from Dallas schools, here in the past. To see a Fort Worth school there doing such an incredible job, and again, knocking on the door for the past few years, what they did last week, versus Duncanville was nothing short of a dominating performance. But I'll tell you this, you can't sleep on an Austin Westlake team, especially an Austin Westlake team that took care of a North Shore team, I want to say handily, but pretty well. Westlake's one of those teams, just like a Southlake team, just like a Vandergrift, that they're very disciplined. They do the little things extraordinarily well.
Westlake looking for its 5th state championship for North Crowley. It would be their first since 2003. But We are getting ready for Carroll and Austin Vandergrift in the 6A Division II state title game here at AT&T Stadium. Still about half an hour away from the opening kickoff. We will take another break here on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Be back in just a moment on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Steven Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon Hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes and UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
Hey Dragon Nation, it's Tommy Pennington with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Like you, I'm fired up about supporting my Carroll Dragons each year on and off the field. We want the best for our kids, and that's why we're all Dragons. I'm a longtime Southlake resident that knows the real estate market and knows how to get great results. Like your kids, you deserve the best too. Call us today, 817-416-9000. Check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon family to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
What do you want to talk about now?
We can talk about the defense.
Welcome back to the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton as we continue to count you down to kickoff between Carroll and Vandegrift in the 6A Division II state championship game. Teams out on the field getting warmed up right now. Carroll offense running through some plays on the near side of the field, on the far side away from us. Vandegrift working on special teams as fans start to fill in for this one. Green on the home side for the Dragons, and it looks like white is the dominant color of t-shirt choice. It looks like, I was using the binoculars, it looked like there was a white playoff t-shirt that Vandegrift did that a lot of the fans have on that side of the field. So a lot of green and white in the building, so basically all pro Carroll in my opinion.
Pro Carroll, it is the color base for the Dragons, but you know, the fans are filling in, Chris. It's becoming quite a sight here on the Carroll Dragon side. You have almost the entire lower deck, you know, right before you get to the end zone filled up. Then you've got the second deck almost the same length, and then you have a third deck, you know, getting there as well. So what an incredible turnout by the Dragon community today.
That's certainly a little bit of a home field advantage for all the DFW schools that make it to state championship game. Their fans don't have to travel, if you're thinking about whether or not to make a 3-hour drive a few days before you may have other travel plans for the holidays, it's a lot easier if you're just 30 minutes away. Highland Park had a much bigger crowd than Smithson Valley did, too.
Well, you talk about the drive, and I can't tell you how many phone calls I've got from just ex-alumni that are, coming up from Houston, Austin, up north as well, coming in for this game. I tell you what, when the Dragons go to state, and I'm not saying it's always a custom, but, the community does show out in droves, and it's great just seeing some of the ex-alumni guys I used to play with, 20, 25 years ago, calling and texting throughout the week and wanting to know the scoop and saying, hey, we're bringing our family up, even though they're not Dragons, they're somewhere else. It's pretty cool, Chris.
You drove by the tailgate on the way into the parking lot today, and you knew it was like a reunion for you.
Well, Chris, those are some incredible people. It's, a few people had their tailgate set up. Scott Hall, has been a veteran tailgate guy for the Dragons, and amongst others as well. And it's just great. They get up there by that lot 10, and they posted up early this morning. I can't even tell you, I was getting texts early this morning around 8, 9 a.m. that it is ready to go. And, what a spot for Dragon fans to be able to come out and just celebrate community. It was a really cool sight driving up, Chris.
You were like, I'm just getting up. You guys are already out there.
The dedication.
We'll talk a little bit more about this one as they get some of the inflatables worked on here. The Vandergrift Viper is up. I don't think we have not seen an inflatable snake yet this season. A little bit of a different shape than we're used to seeing over in that corner as they get the Dragon unfolded on the opposite end here at AT&T Stadium.
And I'll tell you this, the chore for the Dragon helmet crew is they have limited field passes for today's game, so only 8 can make the journey out to the field. And so it is a monumental effort. It doesn't look like it, but it is a big effort to get that transport, to get that unloaded, get that set up, and then taken down, then reset up again. So, kudos to the Dragon dads who each week, day in and day out, take that burden on and get that done for the kids.
Well, let's get a little more granular here with some of the technical stuff we've been talking about, because you think one of the keys to the game is going to be this Viper defensive line against the Dragon offensive line. And what are some of the different looks they're going to give Carroll? What are some of the different things they're going to try to do to disrupt this Dragon O-line?
Well, it's going to start with me and end with the offensive line. And, it's fitting for the state championship because, Chris, that is honestly where it is going to be won at tonight. Vandergrift does a lot of different things. We talk about stemming. And I know that sounds maybe a foreign word out there listening, but, that's when the defensive line will actually move over on gaps, pre-snap. And they do a good job on almost timing it into a way, Chris, that they get it right before the snap. And against Summer Creek and a lot of their opponents, they've caused several offsides by the offensive linemen. Instead of starting 1st and 10, going 1st and 15, it's a very difficult thing to do. And the multiple reason why they're trying to do that, number one, they're trying to get a little bit of an edge. But number two, they only have 3 guys on the D-line and only 3 in the back, so they're trying to fill gaps, okay? So, you're going to see them not only stem, but they're going to stunt to different gaps. They're going to twist to different gaps. You're going to see a defensive end go from one spot and then go all the way around on the back end behind the other defensive end on a twist, and then you're going to see linebackers coming from every single way. They're going to blitz someone on basically every single down to create that 4th lineman, but also gives them some support or some pressure, on the quarterback. I think talking to Riley this week was one thing. He wanted to make sure that stemming wasn't going to bait the guys off, and so you talk about that, causing the guys to go off sides. He wanted to make the refs aware of it because it does seem to be a little predetermined of what they're trying to do. So you'll hear us a lot tonight probably talk about those schemes in what they're doing, the stemming, the stunting, the twisting, and the blitzing.
See how many.
I keep saying it, Chris.
We'll keep a tracker of how many times today you go with. I think that's number 3 already. But for the Carroll offense, then what is the key to combating that aside from not jumping? Is it varying the snap count? Is it going silent count on some things? How do you keep that at bay?
Well, I think number one, it starts with Coach Gill, the offensive line coach. He's a college level coach, and I always say this at the high school level: if you can get a college level Division I experience offensive line coach down there to coach your guys, it makes a world of difference. And he does an incredible job. He relates to the guys, but he also puts in, during the week, slowing it down and having the guys walk through what does it feel like when they stem, when they stunt, and then they twist in the run game. Okay, there are fits as an offensive lineman where you just kind of got to run your track, and if you start to chase a guy out of your zone you're going, that's when things start to break down a little bit. So if the Dragon offensive line can just be patient, okay, they're going to give up some ground in the backfield from time to time just because on the stunts that they do, but you've got to play with it. A lot of this game, Chris, is going to be won on the inside zone, right, either side of the A gap, depending on what that nose guard does. When you run a zone, the running back is responsible to see where is that nose guard going? Is he going right or is he going left? That's one of his first reads when he takes that ball, and that determines really his cutback or if he's going to go play side.
And again, that nose tackle for Vandergrift is Ian Witt, 6 foot, 250-pound senior, was first team All-District a year ago. This season, 63 tackles, 14 for a loss, along with 3 sacks, and even had an interception from the line position this year.
And for Dragon fans, if you can imagine, Ian Witt, he is very similar to a Jake Lucky. He's about 5'11", probably about 240, 250, incredibly athletic. He can get up the field and run. But what you'll see too, you'll listen to it a little bit here, but if you were here, you see him, he's going to chase guys down from the back. He's got a lot of athletic ability.
So see how he matches up against the interior of that Carroll line and what lanes the running backs are able to find to cut through against the Vipers. We are about 23 minutes away from kickoff here in the 6A Division II state title game. Carroll and Austin Vandergrift coming up at 3:30. And when we return, we will hear from Dragons head coach Riley Dodge on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving in Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Christmas is a season of joy as we celebrate that manger in Bethlehem and the dawn of God's redeeming grace. All month long, White's Chapel is filled with opportunities to experience the joy of the season. From our trains, musical programs, and activities of all types, we invite you to come and share in the celebration. Please go to our church website for times and information. Join us as we repeat the sounding joy of Christmas.
Welcome back to the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show as we get set for the state championship game between Carroll and Austin Vandegrift. Chris Blake joined by Dragons head coach Riley Dodge. And coach, you've made it to the final week of the season. What's the feeling like in that locker room today?
Well, just so proud of our kids, just told them after the game and, all week, we've exhausted every ounce of this season and we've made it to the final week. There's no more weeks after this week, and I'm just so proud of them. I just told them, make sure you enjoy this moment and make sure that, you understand, what you've done so far is very, 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 very special. But, we're not satisfied just, being here. We want to finish the deal the right way.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about last week's semifinal win over Longview before we get to today. And first, you guys killed nearly 7 minutes of clock in the fourth quarter before Gavin Strange hit the walk-off field goal. At what point did you kind of make up your mind that you're not trying to score a touchdown here? You're trying to kill the rest of this clock and get it down to one play?
Yeah, I think just feeling the ebbs and flows of the game a little bit. I mean, our defense played lights out all night versus a very explosive offense. I think, just trying to manage the game at the very end was going to be the key. And, credit to our kids, we were able to control the clock, run the ball, had a couple of timely perimeter spits that, kept the ball off the ground. And, what a finish by our, field goal group and Gavin Strange and Limmerman with the hold.
Defense played well again, holding Longview just 17 points. One guy specifically, Ethan Fisher, another big interception in the second half for you guys. He's been huge the last couple of rounds. How has he taken it up another notch in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think he's a kid that's not scared of the moment. He's not scared of, those type of opportunities. He wants to be in those opportunities. He wants to have those opportunities presented to him. He's made the most of them the last couple of weeks. He had a big fourth down stop, earlier, a couple of possessions prior to that interception. Just a kid that's playing lights out and really dialed in.
Now, today you take on a Vandergrift team that kind of hangs its hat on its defense. They average less than 14 points a game to their opponent. What makes them so good on that side of the ball?
Just very explosive. Can challenge you a lot of different ways. Formational motions, the different skill bodies they throw at you. I mean, they're special. They do a great job as an offensive staff. Our defense staff has worked really hard this week, and we're going to be we'll be ready. I know that, but it'll be a big challenge for us.
You've played in a handful of these state title games yourself. Do you have any favorite moments or memories from those trips to the last game of the season?
You know what? I just felt like, obviously have a lot of great memories. Very fortunate to be a part of some really good football teams. I think the common theme with all those teams is, we try to keep it just like another game, and through our preparation, we knew we had a job to get done. And, but I was very fortunate to be a part of some really special teams and individuals.
You kind of touched on this when you answered the first question, but what's the final message going to be to this group before you guys take the field today?
Yeah, let loose, have fun. We can't take any ammunition to the off season. We're going to be aggressive. I think that's the biggest thing. And, I just want these kids to enjoy the moment and go try to, we're here to win it. I think that's the biggest thing. We want to try to win it. We don't want to, we're not just here to play it. We want to go take it.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time, and go in state.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
It's Dragons head coach Riley Dodge joining us on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Starting lineups and opening kickoff of the state title game coming up next on the Dragons Sports Network. Just heard from Dragons head coach Riley Dodge on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show as we get set for the Dragons and Austin Vandegrift in the state championship game at AT&T Stadium. And Robert, we asked Coach Dodge what his closing message was going to be to the team, and he kind of mentioned this earlier in the interview as well. Said a lot of his message is to let loose and have fun. I know that is the goal. How do you take some of the pressure off and allow the kids to go out there and enjoy the opportunity to play here at this stadium?
Well, Chris, you can say all you want, but until you're out on this field and you feel that this is what you've worked for since you were a young kid in that Dragon Youth Football League, being on the state championship stage, yes, you're going to take a moment in and go, wow, we're here. But Coach Dodge does an excellent job of just saying, hey, let's calm it down. Let's enjoy the moment. Have fun, because that's why we're here, is to have fun. But I guarantee you, there's a little bit more after that than just having fun. Let's go finish it.
Yeah, I mean, you hear it from coaches at every sport and every level. Everything they're doing, it's a game. But at the same time, it's a game that you put a lot of time and energy into and means a lot to a lot of people.
It was great just seeing some of the pictures on social media over the course of the week. Some of these kids who started at the very young BYF age, sitting in stadiums like AT&T, rooting past Dragons on, and then, growing up through the system, and then, getting their opportunity now and seeing those pictures of them growing up to this day to day. If you're a parent and you have a child out here and you've had a child go through the program, you know how important it is and how special it is. And getting to the state championship doesn't happen a lot. And so it's a very unique experience. It's something that these kids, these parents, this community today, regardless win or loss, is going to remember this day forever.
It's just the 11th time in Carroll history that the Dragons have been to a state championship game. They have won 8 of the previous 10 that they have appeared in for Vandegrift. This is the second state title game appearance. The Vipers lost to DeSoto a couple of years ago here at AT&T Stadium. So we are now under 13 minutes away from the opening kickoff of the 6A Division II state title game. We will take one more break and come back with the starting lineups, Robert's keys to the game, and the opening kickoff. You've been listening to the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Feed Store Barbecue on Whitechapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Howdy, Dragon fans. This is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing. As a Southlake resident, I understand what winning teams and championships are all about. CLC Roofing is your one-stop commercial and residential roofing provider. We offer roofing, gutter, skylight, and solar options for your home. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, contact us today to schedule your free roofing inspection. You can visit us online at clcroofing.com or contact my office directly at 817-416-ROOF. That's clcroofing.com or call us directly at 817-416-ROOF. And go Dragons, let's finish.
Hey Dragon fans, Tommy Pennington here. Like the Carroll Dragons, my team understands it takes great fans to be a winner. I want to personally thank all of our Tommy Pennington Realty Group fans for their loyalty and ongoing support. It's because of you we continue to support our Dragon organizations every year. Please remember, we love helping Dragon families with all of their real estate needs. I'm here to give you the best advice and to help you anytime. My Dragon fans would tell you,
Call Tommy.com. Go Dragons!
This is Dr. Mark Greenberg, team physician for the Carroll Dragons. All-Star Orthopedics is proud to be the official sports medicine providers of Dragon Athletics. Our 8 board-certified orthopedic specialists offer surgical as well as non-surgical treatments for a full range of orthopedic injuries and conditions, with on-site imaging and physical therapy, along with best-in-class outpatient and inpatient surgical facilities. You can trust that we will be there with you every step of the way. Let us get you back in the game.
Right side gets away from a defender across the 5. Touchdown, Dragons.
From AT&T Stadium in Arlington, it is the 6A Division II State Championship game as the Carroll Dragons get ready to take the field in search of title number 9. Hi there, Chris Blake with Robert Clayton, our statistician Brandy Davidson, our producer Bill Webb, and Tradio production team of Tim Polster and Trey Bell here in the booth with us this afternoon. The Dragons coming off a state semifinal win over Longview by the score of 20-17 on a walk-off field goal as time expired by Gavin Strange. Vandegrift, meanwhile, beat Humble Summer Creek 34-31 in the state semifinal to get here for the second time in the last 3 seasons. Crowds continuing to fill in here in Arlington. It looks like we are going to have pretty good sized crowd here for this one. 35,000 plus or so appear to be filtering in to the stadium with, of course, one more game to go today. This is the second of 3 games here at AT&T Stadium this afternoon. Smithson Valley beat Highland Park just before this one to win the 5A Division I state championship, and then North Crowley and Westlake will follow for the 6A Division I state championship. And Robert, if you are a Dragon in the locker room right now getting ready to run onto the field here, what's going through your mind in these last few minutes?
You're thinking of everything, Chris. You're thinking just, what it took to get to this moment. You're going across to your brothers, you're dabbing them up, you're telling them, hey, we got this. You can feel it. They can sense the energy of the crowd. This is probably the largest crowd they've ever played against. And I get, more than anything, these Dragons are going to be ready for this moment today.
You talk about the crowd, the large crowd that they're playing in front of today. How does that affect you as the game goes on as far as noise level goes?
Well, it definitely can be. It's hard to simulate it, but the one thing that Dragons do during practice, if you've ever been out to one of the Dragon practices, you can barely hear in general anyways out there. Not that you can simulate an atmosphere like this, but I tell you what, there are precautions put in. If it gets too loud, you'll see some silent snap counts. You'll see those type of things. And, that's where the connection between the QB and the center come, majorly into play, and just navigating the offensive line and the offense in general. One big thing Dodge did this week is he actually moved the hashes in. He had a group of dads come in and move the hashes in on the practice field to help simulate, where to line up for some of these key players, just to get their spots, familiar with. Those are the little things, right, Chris, that we talk about that, Dodge does such a great job doing.
The hashes at the NFL level, of course, much more narrow than they are at lower levels of the sport. So,
I think the biggest thing is obviously they're not going to rotate it that way, but it's more for where to line up, like if you're on the perimeter. So where do you get your alignment at on the offense? So it changes a little bit when you're on the NFL stage.
And you hear a little bit of crowd noise coming as you get the NFL college treatment here. They have cameras in the tunnels underneath. Pretty cool seeing the teams walk out of the locker rooms, through the tunnel, and ultimately out onto the field here at AT&T Stadium. They are showing the Vandergrift team walking out of the locker room right now, and you will see a Vandergrift player carrying the American flag as they run out. They will also touch a sword encased in glass as they walk out onto the field, as the Dragons are shown up on the video board right now. But Coach Sanders told us about that story this week as well. We told you during the pregame show that Vandergrift High School is named for Matthew Vandegrift, who was a Leander ISD grad, who was the first one from the district to fall in Iraq in combat. And they actually have his combat officer's sword that his father donated to the school, and the football program keeps it, and all the players touch it on their way out onto the field.
You know, we talk about tradition, Chris, and that's, you know, what Coach Sanders did really for such a young program to instill those traditions, you know, to get them where they're at today. And the military side of it is such a unique tradition and so much respect. An incredible job of what he's done, and a testament to those kids on what they bought into.
Well, both teams are in their inflatable tunnels right now. Vandergrift will take the field first out of Austin and Leander ISD. Vandergrift playing in its second state title game, a school that played its first season of varsity football in 2010. Just one loss on the season. That was in week 2, a 49-46 loss at Cedar Park. And now here come the Dragons in the black pants, green jerseys, out of the Dragon helmet, playing in the state title game for the 11th time in school history, looking for championship number 9.
Chris, you can feel the excitement from the crowd. You hear the band, the familiar sounds, and there's nothing better than watching the green and black trot off the field. Pre-game state championship, this is what it's all about.
Fans on both sides of the stadium on their feet as we get set for the opening coin toss. They did a little bit different than this is done at some home games when the toss is done before the teams run out onto the field. We should have a ref mic here. As the officials wait for the captains to walk out to midfield. Let's get to the starting lineups here before we get too close to kickoff for the Dragons. The offensive backfield featuring Angelo Renda and Christian Glenn. The receivers for the Dragons will be Brody Knowles, Luke Jacquemart, Blake Gunter, Brock Boyd, and the tight end Jacob Bobrowski. And the offensive line left to right for Carroll goes Luke Wilson, Trent Wilson, Kerry Clayton, Nathan Damaraki, and Tristan Dare. So the captains have made their way
Gentlemen,
to midfield.
Congratulations to advancing to the 6A Division II state championship game. Let's play hard, play the whistle, help each other up, play again, right? Vandergrift, you guys are the visitors. You're going to call. That's heads, tails, heads. What's your call? He said heads. We're going to let it hit the ground. It's heads. You won the toss. Sure. Vandergrift has won the toss. Elected to defer to the second half. You want the ball? Which way do you want to kick? That way. Turn your back to that board. Carroll, this way.
All right, so Carroll will receive the opening kickoff here at AT&T Stadium this afternoon as we look at the Carroll defense and the starters up front. Jack Van Dorsler, Jake Lucky, Jackson Oakley, and Austin Davidge. A linebacking core of Will Tahalo, Marcus Browse, Mateo Fedor, and Robbie Ladd. And the secondary featuring corners Landon Harris and Ethan Fisher, and safeties William Chen, Gavin Strange, and Parker Harris. Robert, let's get a look at your keys to the game today.
Well, I think number one, we mentioned a lot of pregame, as we do every week, dominate the line of scrimmage. It's in a start and end up front for the offensive line versus the Vandergrift defensive line. You've got to execute on special teams. We talked about that a lot. You've got to get on all phases of the game. You've got to create some turnovers. These are two very similar teams. One of these teams is going to need to break at some point in this game to get a little cushion. So, Chris, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a game that you're going to see all-out effort all the time and two extremely well-coached programs.
Kickoffs today powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Noah Colbert set to kick it away for Vandegrift, and we are ready to go in the state championship game. Luke Jacquemart brought Boyd back deep to receive for the Dragons here. Everybody on their feet at AT&T Stadium. Sidelines excited, and we are underway in the 6A Division II state title game. The opening kickoff lands in the end zone for a touchback, and Angelo Renda and this Dragon offense will head out onto the field for the first possession of the game.
If you're this Dragon offense in Riley Dodge, you're telling Angelo Renda, your junior starter, hey, let's get you comfortable here in the first two series. Let's try to establish this run game and get some reps underneath. Let's see what this defense is going to do overall. On the back end of this Vandergrift defense, they play this cover two. Look for Southlake to stretch them vertically a few times here in the first few series.
So 1st and 10 for Carroll on its own 25. Trips to the left. Renda throws, completes it to Boyd with some space, running up across the 30 to the 35-yard line. Gain of about 10. That'll move the chains for a first down.
A great protection by the Carroll O-line. Good little pop pass connection there to Boyd on the perimeter. Again, getting a few yards up front. Again, getting comfortable throws for Renda here in the big state championship.
4 receivers to the right side of the formation now. Ball on the left hash for Carroll. They've got one defensive back out to that right side, all by himself with Glenn to Renda's right. Renda takes the snap, fakes it to Glenn, throws it out into the flat again. It's Boyd again, across the 40, up to the 45. They will mark him down at the 46. Gain of 11 for Boyd on first down. He's got 2 catches now for 22 yards.
And again, getting Renda comfortable. Great protection by the offensive line. Moving the receivers out in the perimeter 4 wide, creating some one-to-one matchups there for Boyd and a little pop pass. Great blocking perimeter by the Dragon receivers.
So Carroll, 2 snaps, 2 first downs. Now Dragons ball at the 46-yard line. Tight formation now as they send a receiver in motion from right to left. Now a second one goes out to the left side as well. Renda will throw again. Dumps it out down underneath to Blake Gunter, who makes the catch across the 45 to the 46-yard line.
Again, Riley testing Vandergrift's back in here, a little out route by Gunter on the left side. Good connection. Not going to get a whole lot of yards on this defense. They try to keep everything in front of them, trying to prevent the big play.
So no gain on that play. It'll be 2nd and 10. While still at the 46. In motion goes the Carroll receiver. This time they get it to Glenn, running right. Runs through an arm tackle across midfield and into Vandegrift territory.
I love what Riley's doing. He's done about 3 passes here. Not how you thought you might start out. Now he hits them with the outside zone. Great job by the offensive line on opening up their hips, getting the track, and getting play side on this defense, giving Carroll about a 6-yard gain.
Well, the senior safety Hollister Stevens on the stop. So now it is 3rd and 4 for Carroll. Ball at the Vandergrift 48, and there's some movement up front. Flag comes out, and you talked pregame about the potential for false starts against this Vandegrift defensive line.
False start, offense, 72, 5-yard penalty, remains 3rd down.
And this is what's tough. You had a great play on second down to put you behind on third down now. We call that stemming up front right before the snap. It draws people off sides, and that's something that Vandergrift does very, very well.
Thomas McAfee, the official today, whose voice you'll hear. So now 3rd and 9 for Carroll, back on their own side of the 50 at the 47. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, all by himself. That is Brody Knowles. The Dragons look to the sideline. Play clock down to 3, down to 2. They just get it off. Rendo looks to throw, has time, steps up in the pocket, will tuck it and try to run, is not going to get to the 50. Brought down after a gain of 3, and it will be 4th down for the Dragons.
Again, overall, not bad protection by the Dragon offensive line. It's more of a coverage sack more than anything. And Vandergrift plays those 5 defensive backs and push pressure. It's tough. This is going to be a day for the Dragon receivers. They have to work to get open.
Was Deshaun Morgan, the Arizona State signee, who forced Renda to step up in the pocket before Witt finished off the sack. Back to return this one for Vandegrift is George Farley, a junior, as Zach Hayes on the kick it away for Carroll. High end-over-end kick. Fair catch called for. It lands right on the sideline. And we'll see where they mark it down, but it will be Vandegrift's offense coming out onto the field for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, Vandergrift here, just like Southlake, is your
timeout on the field.
So Vandegrift's offense will head out onto the field. Miles Teodecki will lead this group out there for its first possession in just a moment. There's no score between Carroll and Vandergrift. 8:12 to go in the first quarter. You're listening to the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragon Sports Network.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified trained dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
It'll be Vandegrift ball here after Carroll punts it away on its first offensive possession. Dragons pick up a couple of first downs, but ultimately Zach Hayes punts it back to the Vipers. Just a 16-yard punt for the Carroll punter. And Miles Teodecki bringing this Vandergrift offense out onto the field. He's a junior, 6'3", 205. Last week in the state semifinal against Summer Creek, threw for 304 yards and 2 touchdowns. He has the senior running back, Brendan Fournier, behind him, 6'2", 210. 2 receivers right. They bring a tight end in motion right to left, 1 receiver to the left. Teodecki takes the snap, hands to Fournier running up the middle. Not much there. He falls forward for a gain of 3 on the play. Austin Davidge in there on the stop.
A great job by Jack Van Dorsel running the heel line there and creating some havoc there. They're only allowing about 2 to 3 yards there on this offense. Again, coming out immediately here on the zone.
2nd and 7, tight end to the right, 3 receivers to the right, 2 of them are stacked. They give it to Fournier running up the middle, and he is taken down by Tahalo after another 3-yard gain.
A great job of Will Tahalo stepping up here on the second level. A big hit on Fournier. And listen, we're starting to see a little bit of what's working out here for Vandergrift, just starting with the inside zone, the first 2 plays of the ball game.
Two receivers to the right on 3rd down and 4. Ball at the 41. They look to the sideline. It's George Farley, the senior receiver, out on his own to the left of the set. Teodecki takes the snap, has some time, steps up in the pocket, is going to be hit and finally brought down by Jack Van Dorsler. Teodecki almost broke the tackle, but Van Dorsler able to hold on to his calf and bring him down.
What a move by Van Dorsler. Comes in here with a little arm under rip from the offensive tackle. Gets Teodecki on the ground before he can get the first down. Incredible job by Jack Van Dorsler, the Tennessee signee.
Teodecki picks up a yard on the play. It'll be 4th and 3. They will punt. But a little bit of an odd formation as they send a couple of guys out wide here, but to punt it away, Colbert takes a couple of steps to his right and booms it down the field. It bounces at the 25, a high hop. Harris fields it, will try to return it across the 25, and is going to be brought down at the 26-yard line. So Harris picks up a couple of yards after fielding the punt, and Carroll will regain possession after forcing a 3 and out.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here, Chris, this isn't checkers. This is going to be a chess all night between these two coaches. And great stand by the Dragon defense, giving the Carroll offense another opportunity here.
So the Dragons have the ball again at their own 26-yard line. Two receivers right, H-back to the right side of the set as well. Glennon there in the backfield. Low snap, Renda picks it up, gives it to Glenn trying to get outside, and he is upended in the backfield by a Viper defender, and that defender has stayed down. Loss of 2 on the play, but the Vandegrift player who made the hit took the worst of it and is still down along the hash mark at the 24-yard line. It was Matthew Draken, the senior cornerback, who made the stop.
Chris, he made a tackle-saving, run against Christian Glenn. Christian Glenn had to push it there on the outside on that play. You hope this young man is okay.
Training staff out there looking at him right now. Teams have gone to their respective sidelines as they check on Draken. Was the team's leader in interceptions during the season, has picked off 5 passes this year. He is up on his feet and being helped off as we get set to resume play here. Carroll lost a couple of yards on the play, so it'll be 2nd and 12. The ball back on the Dragon 24. Three receivers to the left for Carroll. Glenn in the backfield to Renda's left. Renda takes the snap, throws into the flat. Boyd again through one tackle, now hit by a few white jerseys and driven backward. The first one there was the senior safety, Hollister Stevens again.
Again, Riley's going to these little pop passes where almost simulations like run, hoping he can just, get the receivers to play in space. But a great job by Vandergrift and Adian Jones just making a big play, getting off the block.
Gain of 5 on the play. It'll be 3rd and 7 for Carroll. Ball over on the left hash now. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Glenn in the backfield. Renda takes the snap, has some time, throws over the middle. It is complete at the 45-yard line to Brody Knowles. He picks up a couple of more yards after the catch to the 47, and it's a first down for Carroll.
Great protection by the Carroll offensive line. You love seeing Renda there. He made the progressions on the reads. He went down to a check down into Knowles. Great job by Knowles on getting the ball, getting up the field for the first down.
Knowles' first catch of the day, and it gives Carroll another first down. 3 receivers right. Renda will throw. They bring pressure over the middle. It is caught inside the 25-yard line. Brock Boyd, who else? He's down at the 17, and Carroll is in the red zone.
We talked about Carroll having to go deep, getting past this cover 2 defense, and they're going to throw a deep ball here and there. Great protection by the offensive line. And Angelo Renda delivers a strike to Brock Boyd across the middle.
Actually mark him at the 18. Renda has started 6 of 6 today. A 35-yard gain there. On first down, up the middle goes Christian Glenn inside the 10-yard line.
Awesome job by Christian Glenn, just having the vision to cut it outside behind Luke Wilson. Again, just a simple zone play, and Christian Glenn running with authority there on the left side.
So it's first and goal for Carroll at the 9-yard line. 3 receivers right, Knowles to the left, Glenn to Renda's right in the backfield. Snap, handoff to Glenn. He is hit almost immediately and taken down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
We talk about this Vandergrift defense. They'll do a lot of twisting up front, and all this is a nose guard linebacker twist. And it's very difficult to defend. That time, Vandergrift and Parker Davis got there in the backfield before the Carroll offensive line could pick it up.
Parker Davis, the middle linebacker, a junior, 5'11", 190. Will be second and goal from the same spot at the 9. 2 tight ends now for the Dragons. 2 receivers right, Glenn to Renda's right. Directs up to Glenn, he flips to Renda. Knowles shoves the defender to the side and walks into the end zone for a touchdown.
What a play. You snap it to Glenn, you pitch it to Renda, and Renda hits Boyd wide open on the right side, hits the defender, gets to the end zone. Touchdown, Dragons.
Knowles just said, get out of the way.
Get out of the way. I'm getting the end zone. I will not be denied.
So on for the Tommy Pennington Compass Group extra point is last week's hero, Gavin Strange. After Knowles scores his 8th touchdown of the season. Ball is down, kick is up, and it is good. With 3:13 to go in the first quarter, it is Carroll 7. Vandegrift nothing. You're listening to the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragons Sports Network.
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 Dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Riley Dodge dials up some trickeration to get Carroll into the end zone in the first quarter, and the Dragons lead at 7-0 over Vandegrift in the state championship game. The direct snap to Christian Glenn, who flipped it to Angelo Renda, who connected with Brody Knowles for Carroll's first touchdown here. A 7-play, 74-yard drive, 2 minutes and 53 seconds. And Robert, we saw Angelo Renda go 3 of 3 on the drive, and maybe more of an attack through the air than we thought we might see early in this one for Carroll.
Oh, I always say your first 2 drives are primarily scripted, maybe more so your first drive. You're trying to get a feel of what the defense is going to do. And I think, Riley saw some opportunities. His attention to detail is so good. He saw some opportunities there on the second drive, and he went after them.
So 3 return men back deep for the Vipers here, a little bit of a different look. It is George Farley along with the running back Brendan Fournier and Gavin Custer. Kickoffs brought to you by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake, Macero, where love is always on the house. Custer took one back for a touchdown last week against Summer Creek. As Strange is ready to kick this one away for Carroll. It is going to be returnable and fielded by Farley at the 5-yard line. Running left to right, going to be hit before he got to the 15. Big hit on special teams. A return of 10 yards, and Vandegrift will start at its own 14.
Talk about Southlake's kick coverage. They're outstanding last week, and again, very familiar territory this week, doing a great job on their opening kickoff. And I tell you what, your Vandergrift offense, you've got to find some type of rhythm here and something to open up this offense just a little bit.
Jacob Montez on the hit for Carroll. So they come out with a couple of guys in the backfield, now motion them out. Ball on the right hash of the NFL. Motion to tight end, left to right. Give it to Fournier running behind right guard. And he has stopped Jake Lucky, Jack Van Dorsler combined to bring him down after a short gain.
Again, bringing the tight end Ratcliffe across the board, trying to do a split zone action to the left and running to the right. Great job by Jake Lucky on just wrapping up and staying off his man and staying on the hill line.
Gain of 2 on the play. On 2nd down and 8, 2 receivers to the right, tight end to the right. Teodecki will throw, takes a deep shot down the right sideline. It is completed. That is going to be Farley, and he is going to go the distance. A long 84-yard touchdown reception by the senior wide receiver. And just like that, the Vipers are an extra point away from tying this one up.
Just like we talked about Coach Dodge, seeing that something he likes, Coach Sanders saw the exact same, chose to go deep there on the second play of this drive. What a throw by Tedeke to Farley. A massive touchdown for Vandergrift.
Takes a little bit of air out of the Carroll crowd on the home sideline as the extra point try is good by Wiley Olson, the junior kicker. And just a couple of plays later, we are tied at 7. 2:31 to go in the first quarter. You're listening to the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragon Sports Network.
Howdy, Dragon fans. This is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing. As a Southlake resident, I understand what winning teams and championships are all about. CLC Roofing is your one-stop commercial and residential roofing provider. We offer roofing, gutter, skylight, and solar options for your home. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, contact us today to schedule your free roofing inspection. You can visit us online at clcroofing.com or contact my office directly at 817-416-ROOF. That's clcroofing.com or call us directly at 817-416-ROOF. And go Dragons, let's finish.
Seven all the score with 2:31 to go in the first quarter. George Farley, an 84-yard touchdown reception to tie this one up for Vandegrift, and the kickoff is going to go into the end zone. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake, Macero, where love is always on the house. So the Farley touchdown reception, just the second play of an 86-yard drive that took 36 seconds off the clock.
It's a good response by Vandergrift. Now, the Dragons' opportunity again. Last series they executed, pretty darn good up and down the field. Renda felt comfortable delivering some strikes.
Glenn in the backfield for Carroll. They go two receivers each side. Pitch it short to Boyd again, and he is going to be hit after a short gain and taken down by Matt Draken. Good to see Draken back in the game after he was shaken up a couple series ago.
Yeah, these corners for Vandergriff are doing good on playing off the blocks on these little, perimeter pop passes that Renda's delivering. So you're going to have to get a little more physical there on the perimeter.
2-yard gain for Boyd. They go three receivers right, one to the left. Here on 2nd and 8 from their own 27. Ball on the left hash. Got receivers with pretty wide splits out near the sidelines. They give it to Glenn. Big hole up the middle on second down, and he is taken down by Adam Scott, the senior linebacker, after a 4-yard gain.
A great inside zone play by Christian Glenn. We talked about it hitting behind the A-gap. A great job by Kerry Clayton, center and left guard Nathan Domrocky, creating the hole and giving a little bit of breathing room for this Dragon offense.
A third down coming up for Carroll from its own 30. About 3rd and 5. They move some personnel around. Coaches off the sideline asking one of the receivers to motion from right to left. 2 backs in the backfield now, one on each side of Renda. Gunter is to his right, Glenn to his left, but before they snap the ball.
Southlake, it's their first time out of the first half.
Before they snap the ball, Riley Dodge wants to use a timeout. We'll take it as well. 1:07 to go in the first quarter, tied at 7 in the state title game on the Dragon Sports Network.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Macero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso-craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Macero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
Carroll faces a 3rd and 5 from its own 30-yard line. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Glenn with Renda in the backfield. Renda off to a hot start, 8 of 8 for 90 yards so far in this one. They motion Glenn out to the left. Empty backfield. Renda, quick throw over the middle, caught Knowles across the 35-40. Going to be driven back there, but more than enough to pick up a first down for the sophomore receiver, a gain of 13 on the play.
Again, this is the few weeks in a row we've seen Carroll go out to the empty backfield. Great job by Knowles. The 6'5", 6'6" target on a little curl route right down the middle there, sitting down. Renda delivering a strike, and Knowles grabbing the ball, getting upfield, finding the first down.
Safety Jack Herkamp on the stop. 38 seconds to play in the first quarter. 4 receivers to the right. Renda takes the snap, hands to Glenn. Cuts it back behind right guard. Not much there for the senior running back. Maybe 3. It'll be 2nd and 7.
Again, this Dragon offense, it can be methodical at times, but, getting 2 to 3 yards a play isn't a bad thing. Just hitting a little inside zone right behind Nathan Domrocky and Kerry Clayton there on the offensive line.
10 seconds left in the quarter. They don't have to snap it again. 4 receivers right. 1 more play here. Renda, pump fake. Pressure in the backfield. They tried to set up a little receiver screen. Vandegrift sniffs it out and is able to tackle Boyd maybe even a yard behind the line of scrimmage, and that will be the final play of the first quarter.
That is the end of the first quarter of play.
So after 1 quarter, it is Carroll 7 and Vandegrift 7. We'll be back with the start of the second quarter in the 6A Division II state title game in just a moment on the Dragon Sports Network.
This time of year, we're all looking for something. But what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope, and peace, and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS. Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Ready for the start of the second quarter here at AT&T Stadium. 6A Division II state title game between Carroll and Vandegrift. In between quarters, they had a field goal kicking contest with one of the sponsors here, and there's no way those were just 2 people off the street. They both split it with like 10 yards to spare.
Of course, we both looked at each other like, oh my gosh. I tell you what, Southlake Cliff could have used one of those last night.
Tough shot at Southlake Cliff. They missed the tying field goal. As on the third down, Carroll taking a shot down the middle. It is incomplete. Intended for Brock Boyd on 3rd and 8 for the Dragons. Renda had some time, let one go, and just a yard too far as Boyd had a step on the defensive back, so Carroll will punt it away.
Yeah, you know what Riley's trying to do there? He's trying to get behind that cover too, get vertical and take a shot. He's trying to keep them honest from time to time here. Just a few yards away from that completion would have been a huge completion to Boyd.
Believe it or not, that was Renda's first incompletion of the day as Hayes punts it away. Fair catch called for and made at the 18-yard line by Farley, and Vandegrift will take over there on offense. Carroll has hit a couple of longer plays today, an 18-yard and 35-yard completions for Renda. So they've done enough to show that they can go deep over the middle.
Good. I mean, they're trying to set up methodically, based on what they get. They're trying to get behind the defense, set them up for the middle, get them exposed a little bit.
Teodecki will throw, has a man complete at the 35-yard line. Tried to sidestep a tackler there, did Gavin Custer, but he was brought down in the open field, but still enough for the first down. Nice open field tackle made there by Luke Bussman.
Yeah, pressure by the Dragon defensive line, but great strike from Teodecki to Custer there on the right side. Again, advancing the sticks.
15-yard gain. 2 receivers to the left. Tight end goes in motion from left to right. They hand to Fournier. Cuts it back up the middle and picks up a couple of yards there.
Again, we're seeing a lot of zone run plays from Vandergrift, squeezing on the left side, trying to find a cutback lane on the right. The Dragon defense is really doing a great job on playing off the blocks and getting to the Vandergrift running back quickly.
Check that on that last play was actually Justin Moore in their gain of 4. He jogged off the field a little bit gingerly, the backup running back. So Fournier back in there now. 3 receivers right. Give it to Fournier behind right tackle. Hit hard, but able to lean forward after the contact for a positive gain on the play of about 4 more.
A good job by Parker Harris and Robbie Ladd. They were the tackle savers there on that back end. Good job in keeping it in front of them and creating a 3rd down situation.
It'll be 3rd and short, 3rd and 2. Ball just on the Vandegrift side of midfield at the 48. Vandegrift 0 for 1 on 3rd down so far. Tight set here. With a couple of tight ends. Direct snap to Fournier and a flag comes out.
See if there was motion before the snap here.
False start. Offense, number 71. Is not set at the snap. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Got left tackle Parker Cecil for jumping before the ball was snapped. Fournier had the first. This backs him up 5. 3rd and 7. Now from their own 43. Fournier lining up behind Teodecki this time. They send one of the receivers, Farley, in motion from left to right. Teodecki will throw. Drops back, goes deep down the left sideline looking for Farley. This one is complete, and Farley goes out of bounds inside the Carroll 20-yard line. They're going to mark him out at the 19.
What a throw by Teodecki. Splitting 2 Carroll defenders there on the perimeter. Again, he's finding Farley there on the right side. It seems to be his pick of choice here as he's throwing deep.
Gain of 38 on the play. Farley led the team in receptions this year with 44, had 13 touchdowns, and has 1 touchdown already today, his 14th of the season. So 1st and 10 for Vandegrift at the Carroll 19. 2 receivers each side. Bring the tight end in motion back to the line of scrimmage. Hard count for Teodecki. Will throw it out short, complete, and out of bounds goes Custer inside the 15 now at the 14-yard line.
That's one thing this Carroll defense is going to have to do. They're going to figure out how to get some type of pressure on Teodecki. He does such a great job, Chris, on just getting the ball out so quickly and distributing to his receivers. I would assume they're going to stick to that short intermediate passing game here when you're inside the red zone here. The running game hasn't worked very well for him so far.
Carroll shows pressure, brings it, they give it to Fournier running away from the blitz, and he goes behind the right tackle up to the 10-yard line. Gain of 3. It'll be 3rd down and short.
A great job by Zach Hayes just playing off the block and getting down the running back. Again, a big down for Vandergrift here.
3rd and 1. Ball spotted just on the Vandergrift side of the Carroll 10-yard line.
At times, Chris, they like to get into a tush-push situation. They're not coming out of it on this one on 3rd down.
Teodecki still in the gun. 2 receivers each side. Now they motion Fournier out as well. Carroll brings pressure. He throws and it's incomplete, but a flag comes out as there was contact between Gavin Custer and Gavin Strange. I don't know if that ball was going to be catchable, as Teodecki just unloaded it because he was facing a sea of green jerseys coming at him. The officials talking this one over before they make any official announcements here.
Pass interference. Defense. Ball will be placed in the spot of the foul. Automatic 1st down.
We get a look at the replay here on this 80-yard long TV screen. This one, thrown a little. There was contact, thrown a little behind the receiver.
Yeah,
though.
I mean, questionable on what location the ball was, but there was definitely a little bit of contact there. But what I love seeing there was putting some pressure there on Teodecki. He's not the best when he can deliver some type of pressure on him and make a decision quickly.
Couple of tight ends to the right side of the formation, bring a receiver in there as well. Fournier takes the handoff, will plunge into the end zone for a touchdown from a couple of yards out. Brendan Fournier gets across the goal line for 6, and Vandegrift leads 13-7.
Again, another drive by Vandergrift on the Dragons' defense is bent, but then giving up those bigger plays there on the perimeter, in the secondary. So you've got to tighten up just a little bit, get a little more pressure on Vandergrift, and make some miscues on those throws, because they're doing an excellent job in the run game, honestly, Chris.
So the point after coming up here for Wiley Olson, Jr. will split the uprights and give Vandegrift a 14-7 lead over the Dragons. With 8:44 to go in the second quarter, you're listening
timeout on the field
to the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragons Sports Network.
Hello, Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 Dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Vandegrift with a 7-play, 75-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 2 seconds off the clock and ended with a Brendan Fournier touchdown run to put the Vipers up 14-7 on Carroll with 8:44 to go in the second quarter. Chris Blake, Robert Clayton with you from AT&T Stadium, site of the 6A Division II state title game. Kickoffs powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. So Colbert on to kick it away to Harris and Boyd for the Dragons. In front of a really nice crowd here in Arlington. It's Colbert boots it, fielded by Harris at the goal line. He's going to bring it out to the right, across the 10, has some blockers out in front of him, across the 20, and shoved out of bounds at the 26-yard line. 26-yard return for Parker Harris, and Dragon offense will come out here looking to respond.
And Parker Harris, one of those guys Coach Dodge talks about, has got that speed in the open field, and he showed it there, briefly there, almost got there on the sidelines, but great job by the kickoff return team by Southlake.
Carroll with the ball at its own 26. 3 receivers left, Boyd to the right, Glenn in the backfield. Renda out of the gun. Takes the snap, they bring pressure off the left side, throws over the middle, complete. Boyd at the 40 and down shy of the 45-yard line for a first down.
A great little RPO there by Angelo Renda. He could have gone there almost on the inside zone, but hits, brought Boyd there on a slant right there over the middle. Great job by the Carroll offensive line and great throw by Angelo Renda.
Big gain, 18 yards on the completion to Boyd. Same set, this time it's Knowles on the right side by himself. Renda gives to Glenn, trying to bounce it outside to the right. Nothing there. He is going to be pushed out of bounds by Hugo de la Varga Vasquez, junior defensive end. Made a nice play on that run to stop Glenn for no gain.
Again, a little zone play to the right. He had a little crease in between Nathan Domraki and Tristan Dare, but bounced it outside to a Vandergrift defender.
When we talked to Drew Sanders earlier this week, he said Carroll does a nice job getting its playmakers the ball where it needs to, as on second down they motion Glenn out to the right, empty backfield for Renda, throws over the middle. This one completed for a short gain near midfield to Blake Gunter for a short gain, but I think we've kind of seen some of that specifically with Brock Boyd this afternoon. They've just gotten him the ball, short passes, and let him make plays afterwards.
You know, it's short little quick strikes. You're finding the holes in the defense, and, you know, those are accurate passes Renda's having to throw, and he's delivered on them so far this game, doing an excellent job on just releasing the ball.
He's only had one incompletion today. 3rd and 5, 3 receivers right, ball at the 48. Renda will throw, lost one down the right sideline, looking for Boyd. It's going to be intercepted, picked off by Vandegrift. It was Jack Herkamp, the senior safety, who comes down with it, and the Dragons will turn it over.
I think they felt there was an offside penalty there by the Vandergrift defensive line, and I'm not sure, you know, Renda just threw it up there. I'm not sure if he was expecting a call on that or not.
It came down to Herkamp as we see the replay. Snuck over from that safety position and able to get to the spot before Boyd did. So first turnover of the game for either side, and it will be Vandergrift ball at the Viper 28. 1st and 10 from there. 3 receivers to the right, tight end to the right as well. They'll hand it to Fournier on first down. Big hole up the middle across the 35-40. He gets to midfield, and he is dragged down there before a touchdown-saving tackle by the Dragons.
Big play by Fournier, getting behind Chase Springer.
On the field.
Ethan Fisher with that stop after a 32-yard run. 23-yard run, excuse me. As brief timeout on the field as Dragon player shaken up on the play. Walking off on his own is Zach Hayes. We're ready to go again. 3 receivers to the right. New set of downs for the Vipers. They will keep it on the ground here. Fournier off right tackle. Bouncing off tacklers across the 45, down to the 43-yard line.
And again, the Vandergrift offense, you know, they're going to that inside zone, really hitting behind that guard and tackle. Jarian Smith and Carter Mannion doing a great job. You know, Dragons have to play up a little bit on the second level on trying to get Fournier down. He's starting to run a little bit of authority, Chris.
Parker Harris on the stop there. They actually mark him at the 42. And now Vandegrift.
Timeout. Vandegrift. It's their first timeout of the first half.
So Vandegrift will use its first timeout here with 6:22 to go in the second quarter. It's Vandergrift 14, Carroll 7 in the state championship game on the Dragon Sports Network.
Media timeout on the field.
Hey Dragon fans, it's Tommy Pennington here with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Do you think you need to do improvements to sell your home? Start planning today. Inquire about our Compass Concierge program. It's the hottest program in real estate where our broker will pay for the improvements at zero cost to you. Call us today at 817-416-9000 or check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon fans to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
Hey Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Carroll trailing Vandergrift 14-7 with 6:22 to go before halftime here in the state title game. Chris Blake, Robert Clayton with you from AT&T Stadium in Arlington. This is game number 11 of 12 to decide state champions here this week. For Vandegrift, 2nd and 3, ball at the Carroll 42-yard line. As Robert said, Brendan Fournier starting to run with a little more confidence here as they keep it on the ground here, bouncing it outside to the left. Goes Marcion Williamson, a senior, into the backfield for the first time today, and he has enough to pick up a first down.
A big run by Williamson. We haven't seen him so far tonight, but nice little burst of speed there on the left side, getting on the perimeter and getting the first down.
Picked up 12 more to the 30. Another first down. Williamson stays in there in the backfield alongside Teodecki. He only carried the ball 8 times all season before today. They go 2 receivers left, keep it on the ground. Williamson cutting it back up the middle, spinning out of a tackle, and finally hit pretty hard as he goes to the ground by Carroll. Also on defense for the Dragons, Zach Hayes back in there. Good to see.
You're seeing the ability of Vandergrift to change up on offense. You're seeing some shifting here offensively, moving guys around. Now going into a power game there. They've been hitting with the zone. Now they're leading up there with the play side or backside guard and trying to get some power down on these Dragon defenders.
Fournier back out there now as they go 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Ball to 23, Teodecki. Gives to Fournier up the middle again, and another first down. So Williamson in there maybe. We saw Justin Moore, the backup running back, walk off the field a little gingerly earlier, so maybe Williamson in there as the third option to give Fournier a breather on a couple of snaps. 5 rushing attempts on this drive for Vandegrift. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Fournier again trying to get outside. Across the 20, and this time Carroll does a nice job getting him down right at about the line of scrimmage.
It's the 3rd time Vandergrift has gone with the power play. They're pulling Jerry Smith, the right guard, and trying to get him play side on the left side, and allowing Fournier just to follow the block. But big hit by Will Tahalo. Came up a big hit in the play before. Big hit for the Dragons on that play.
Tahalo's played well so far today. 2nd and 10. From the Carroll 19. 2 receivers to the right. Williamson trying to stretch it outside. Gets outside the numbers, being chased there and dragged down out of bounds after a short gain on the play. It's Parker Harris able to get there and push him out of bounds after a 2-yard gain.
You're seeing the playbook open up, for Vandergrift. You're pushing to the outside, but what a play by Parker Harris. Chasing him down, getting to the edge before he could get there and getting him out of bounds. Great hit by Parker Harris.
So 3rd and 8, ball at the Dragon 17. Big third down here for this Dragon defense. Try to force Vandegrift to try a field goal. Vipers have faced 2 third downs today. They've converted 1. Tight end to the left, 2 receivers to that side as well. Design quarterback keeper. Teodecki trying to get it up the middle. Nothing there. In to make the stop, Parker Harris again. And it'll be 4th down.
Great job by Parker Harris coming up and delivering a monstrous hit to Teodecki. I've got to question Sanders on that play call. He's not much of a runner, Teodecki. Why would you run it there if you're Vandergrift and the Vipers there? If you have some success through the air, you figure they might try to go there.
So they will try a field goal here. There'll be Noah Callbear out to try it from 35 yards. Ball down at the 25-yard line. The snapper, Joe Gerasi. The kick is up, and it is no good. He missed it to the right. So Carroll catches a break on the missed field goal by Callbear. And Dragons will take over.
I'm now telling you that was a drive the Dragons needed. You're talking about bending and not breaking. Great stop. Getting there in Dragon territory and stalling out this Vandergrift offense, who has done some really good things this first half so far. Now, the Dragon offense has to capitalize here before the end of half.
They've used a couple of kickers this year. Wiley Olson took the extra point try earlier, but Colbert was on for the field goal there. Either way, Carroll ball at the Dragon 20. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. They will give it to Christian Glenn on first down behind the right guard. Pyle moving forward up to the 24-yard line.
Again, inside zone off the right side behind Kerry Clayton and Nathan Domrocky. This Carroll offensive line getting a little bit of push here on first down, creating a manageable second down.
4-yard gain for Glenn on the play. 2nd and 6 coming up from the Dragon 24. Carroll moving left to right as a little bit of sunlight starting to creep in from the west side of the stadium here.
Chris, you can tell Jerry to put the curtains down. That'd be great.
Should we ask CeeDee Lamb? 1 receiver across from right to left. Flag flies.
False start. Offense, number 68. 5-yard penalty, remains second down.
Carroll backs up 5. The Dragons' second false start penalty of the day.
We saw the false starts last week with Carroll. Very uncharacteristic at some times throughout the season. Typically flawless, but again, big stage.
3 receivers left for Renda. Ball at the Dragon 19. 2nd and 11. Renda throws over the middle, caught at the numbers, and spinning out of a couple of tackles is Brody Knowles. Up close to the 35-yard line. They'll mark him down at the 34.
It's a great job by Carroll offensive line. And wait for Renda just to step up, kind of short-armed just a little bit to Brody Knowles. Great catch by Brody Knowles. We're talking about Brody Knowles getting the ball and getting upfield, getting the first down marker. He's doing an excellent job tonight.
15 yards on the reception as Renda going to keep it this time. Had the defense partially fooled, got outside to the right, and a short gain out of bounds at the 39.
Something we haven't seen a lot, just a little zone read. He decided to keep it there and went on the outside. But again, Angel Renda has that speed to get on the edge. You'd like to see a little bit more of that today. Just try to keep this defense a little honest.
Picked up 5 on the play. 2nd and 5 from the Dragon 38. Two receivers to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Now they are going to send Gunter out to the left. Renda will get it out to that left side. Knowles across the 45, fighting towards midfield before he is brought down, but has plenty to move the chains for a first down.
You love seeing when Blake Gunter gets in the backfield, alarms are going off. He's going to be set in motion, and what a decoy. Great job of getting out there and just creating a little bit of space for Brody Knowles to get the ball and get upfield and find the first down. I'll tell you what, Brody Knowles is doing an excellent job again tonight.
10 yards for Knowles to the Carroll 49. Gunter motions out to the right. This time they give it to Glenn running left across midfield, but not much more. They will spot him at the Vandegrift 48-yard line, gain of 3 on the play.
Again, a little inside zone, but again, pushing it out for Christian Glenn. He's tried to stay in between those tackles there between, the Wilson brothers. Get north on that run play a little bit, but still picking up a few yards on first down, creating 2nd and 7.
Linebacker C.J. Mooring on the stop. Empty backfield here. Renda throws quick over the middle. Boyd making defenders miss in the middle and has it stripped away. Taken away by Vandergrift. Scott Buchanan, the senior cornerback, comes up with it. I don't think it hit the turf. I think he may have just taken it right out of Boyd's hands.
It was a great read by Renda. He had a little hot rot there to Boyd, and I think Boyd just got a strip from him.
It's being replayed on the video screen right now. I know it did hit the ground. It just took one bounce right up into the arms of Buchanan. As Boyd had it knocked away from behind by Adam Scott, came in and punched it out, and Buchanan able to recover it. So second turnover for Carroll. Teodecki looking to throw on first down, goes over the middle, and it is complete in the Dragon territory. Or are they going to rule this incomplete? They're ruling it incomplete, but the receiver took a huge hit on the play, sandwiched between two defenders. And I believe it's Jack.
Officials timeout on the field.
Jack
The result of the
Rudberg.
play was a completed pass.
They did rule it complete. Jack Rudberg, the senior H-back, got caught between a safety and a linebacker as he came down with it and stayed down on the turf. So they are tending to him now at around the 30-yard line of the Dragons.
It was a big hit by Ethan Fisher again. You know, you just think of Rudberg, you hope he's okay. He went down, and it was a violent collision. He has his training staff surrounding him now.
Now, one where, you know, he reacted immediately. It wasn't one where he just kind of stayed down and slowly got up. Let go of the ball as soon as he completed the catch and in some pain, but now sitting up on the field and up and walking off on his own. But for the Dragons, this passing game has started to open up a little bit for the Vipers. And pressure on the quarterback is something we've seen Carroll have success with throughout this playoff run, but Teodecki's really not sitting back there in the pocket for very long.
No, I mean, he gets it out within 3 seconds. I mean, that's what I saw on film throughout this week watching him, is that, you know, he knows where he's going, you know, pre-snap, and he's throwing it there immediately as soon as he gets the ball. You know, again, you know, 2 seconds, 3 seconds or less.
28-yard gain on the play. This time it's Williamson and Fournier both in the backfield. Teodecki looking to throw. Hayes flushes him out, dumps it down to Fournier across the 25, out of bounds after he crosses the 20-yard line. Flag comes in on the back end of that play. Fournier went out of bounds at the 17. As we await the call.
Personal foul, illegal blindside block. Offense, number 3. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
That's a big.
We'll replay first down.
That's a big mistake by Vandergriff here. You know, a big play, getting there, you know, within almost the 20-yard line, and then you just can't have those type of plays. Now you're stalling out the offense, pushing them further back out of field goal range, Chris.
It kind of came as Fournier was stepping out of bounds, too. The block was kind of inconsequential. The play was all but over at that point. So 1st and 15 now, 1st and 14 rather, back at the Dragon 34. Teodecki will throw again over the middle, complete inside the 20, across the 15, and down near the 10-yard line is Rudberg. So he is back in there immediately and picks up 24 yards.
Again, a nice route by Rudberg coming over with a slant all the way across the middle, and Teodecki delivering a strike to him, and he does a great job just getting the ball out of his arm.
1st and goal. Teodecki throws flat, all alone. Fournier going to walk into the end zone for a touchdown. Flag comes in right after the play, but I believe the touchdown is going to count. Maybe just some extracurriculars going on there in the corner between a Dragon and a Viper. But Fournier is into the end zone for the 2nd time, once on the ground and now a 2nd time through the air. And it puts Vandegrift in front 20-7. With 14 seconds left in the 2nd quarter.
The result of the play was a touchdown. After the play, dead ball, unsportsmanlike, offense, number 17. That foul will be assessed on the kickoff. That is number 17's first UNS of the game.
So Rudberg was down there alongside Fournier, and they get him for unsportsmanlike conduct. Extra point try now for Wiley Olson. A little bit of movement up front. Now they snap the ball, get the hold down, and Olson splits the uprights. The second quarter winding down, 14 seconds to go in this first half. And the score is now Vandergrift 21, Carroll 7. You're listening to the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragon Sports Network.
Christmas is a season of joy as we celebrate that manger in Bethlehem and the dawn of God's redeeming grace. All month long, White's Chapel is filled with opportunities to experience the joy of the season. From our trains, musical programs, and activities of all types, we invite you to come and share in the celebration. Please go to our church website for times and information. Join us as we repeat the sounding joy of Christmas.
I'm Mike Mills, managing partner at Mills Wealth, an independent investment firm focused on helping business leaders make wise decisions regarding family wealth. Election season is upon us, and no matter who wins, it is likely the Trump-era tax cuts will sunset on 12/31/25. The estate tax exemption, which is mostly voluntary for those that plan ahead, may get chopped in half to about $14 million per couple, affecting more people. Good planning takes time, so don't wait. Develop a game plan that accomplishes your wishes and protects what you have built. If we can help, give us a call or look us up online at millswealthadvisors.com.
Vandergrift up 14, 21-7 with 14 seconds to go in the first half. And an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after the touchdown pushes the kickoff back 15 yards. So this should be returnable for the Dragons. Harris and Boyd back to receive it. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. And Vandegrift will just fire this one out of bounds at the just barely across midfield. They're going to put this at the 40 of the Dragons. And then
Free kick out of bounds. Kicking team. 5-yard penalty, re-kick.
The Dragons opting to re-kick here.
It was a line drive off to the right. Chris just not wanting to kick it to the Dragon returners.
I thought a pooch would make maybe a little more sense with 14 seconds left in this half. But it backs him up 5 more. Dragons, of course, will take a shot here with Harris or Boyd having the ball in their hands one time before the half. They switch sides here, Boyd and Harris do, as Colbert gets ready to kick it away. This time, traditional kickoff going to be fielded by Harris at the 22 on the right side. Patiently waiting for his blockers to set up, gets across the 45 and tackled as he crossed the 46-yard line.
And Parker's he had an opening there with only one guy, really left to take him down. He almost split that.
Carroll will maybe get one shot here, the end zone, unless Riley Dodge dials up a very, very short pass to the sideline. Dragons do have 2 timeouts.
Vandergrift's out in a prevent defense right now.
I've got 3 defensive backs at about the 20-yard line.
Timeout. Vandergrift. Second timeout of the first half.
And Vandegrift will use a timeout here, their second of this half. And if you're the Dragons here, do you risk a short completion or do you just take one shot?
I think you try to gain, some type of field advantage, get it across the 50 and see if you can get it out of bounds quickly and then just reassess from there and see what you can do. The more you push it, the less space you're going to have on the back end and you can really, truly do a jump ball if needed. But I would look for something there on the sidelines. Just push it over that 40. Try to get across that 40.
Something short to start and then see how much time there is Carroll does have 2 timeouts, but just the process of being tackled inbounds takes more time than it does to just step across the sideline. So Vandegrift came out defending deep over the middle. They had 3 defensive backs at the 20 and 1 more probably at about the 25. So you'd think the sidelines underneath would be pretty open with that many guys back deep. They come back with 4 at the 25 here. Only the 3 down linemen are in the box. 1 defender covering up each receiver. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Ball at the Carroll 47. Renda throws, lofts it over the middle. Boyd with a ton of running room. He's got to get down, slides to a knee, and Riley Dodge sprinting down the sideline calls a timeout with 1 second on the clock, and Carroll
Both of the plays a first down. Timeout. Southlake. It's their second timeout of the first half.
Chris, what a heads-up play by Brock Boyd, just taking a batter's just knee to the ground. A nice little slide. Great play call. I mean, just with Renda's connection to Boyd having the awareness, you could see him look up at the scoreboard at the time and then just took a knee. Great job.
Riley Dodge showing off that still got the wheels if he needs them. He was literally trailing Boyd down the sideline to make sure he could get to the official and stop the clock. So with 1 second left, Dragons will have it. And they are going to try a field goal here. It's going to be a long one, but not completely unthinkable. Gavin Strange will try it from 47. This season for Carroll, he's connected from 43. Clark Lemmerman is the holder. Ball on the right hash. Snap is down. Strange's kick is up, and it is no good. He missed it to the right. Had the leg.
That's the end of the first half.
But was just a little off the mark. So, missed field goal sends us to halftime. Carroll trailing at the half by 14. The Dragons have been down by 14 points a couple of times this year. We're down 21-7 to Friendship early in that game. Also trailed Denton Geyer 14-0 in the first quarter of that game. So not uncharted territory for the Dragons as we head into the half. The score, Vandergrift 27, Carroll 7. 21, Carroll 7. When we return, we will have the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show. You're listening to the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragon Sports Network.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons.
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Steven Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love and hope and peace and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Macero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso-craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Macero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
Feed Store Barbecue halftime show at AT&T Stadium. Carroll trails Vandergrift 21-7 at halftime in the 6A Division II state title game. And Robert, it's the turnovers in the first half, uncharacteristic of the Dragons. This is a Carroll offense that on the season only turned the ball over 16 times, so that's essentially once a game. But a team that was +6 has been +6 in turnover margin on the year coming into this one, and a takeaway for the defense at some point in the second half would go a long way towards helping take a possession away from the Vipers.
Well, I think you got to keep the Vipers offense off the field a little bit. Give the defense a little bit of a break. They've been in, so much that first half, and it's been difficult. When you turn the ball over in these big-time matchups, especially in the state championship, Chris, it's never, it's hard to recover from, right? And especially capitalizing when the Dragons were trying to respond from a touchdown and driving the field, having a great drive. And then, but it also shows the hustle and the attitude of the Vipers. They don't stop on a play. They're going to get after you. And, they made that fumble from a hustle play from behind.
Well, trailing at halftime, something new to Carroll. It has not happened this year. They have been tied at the half a couple of times. In the area round against Friendship, the score was 28-all at the half. And last week against Longview, the teams were tied at 10 at halftime. So for Carroll, a little bit different being behind at halftime, having not been there before, at least in this situation this year. What is that like from a player's mindset perspective?
Well, I think player mindset-wise, you're not really thinking about that. You're thinking of, hey, we just got to get the ball and execute. I think it's more so in the coaching staff what you're thinking about is because, you're going into the second half, you don't get the ball, right? You're already down 14, and you start counting possessions, right? And you're gonna have to make a stop, and you're gonna have to make a few stops, right? I wouldn't say the Vandergrift's defense has been just obscene tonight, just remarkable. But they've made plays, right? And that's something the Dragon team is going to have to do the second half. They're going to have to start creating some opportunities to get some points on the board.
And what we've become accustomed to really all season, but in the playoffs, it has stood out even more, is that a lot of the strength of the Carroll defense has been the pass rush and being able to create losses on plays. That hasn't been the case today. Miles Teodecki really hasn't held the ball long at all, and it hasn't given the Dragon pass rush a chance to get after him.
No, and we talked about it in a pregame on how quick he can get the ball out, and he's a less than 3-second guy with his delivery, and they're targeted throws. He knows where he's going pre-snap, okay? And so he can deliver it, he gets the ball out quickly, and, he catches the in stride receivers wise, and it's usually over the top. He's breaking some type of coverage, and I think you're going to have to force Teodecki to get out of his first read, make him make a second read so you can get that pass rush. You saw, when you put a little bit of pressure on Teodecki, he had some errant throws from time to time in the first half, but you've got to find a way to get him out of those reads in the very first one, make him make that second and third read.
He's already had 5 completions of 15 or more yards today, so they've certainly been big play offense through the air as we look at some of these first half stats for both teams. For Carroll, 216 total yards, 183 has been through the air, just 33 on the ground. So Vandegrift has done a good job against the run for the Dragons. Angelo Renda, 16 of 18, those 183 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Through the air, it's been Brody Knowles, 5 catches, 65 yards, and a touchdown. Brock Boyd, 9 for 113, and Blake Gunter, 2 for 5. Boyd, of course, did have the fumble as well for Carroll. For Vandegrift, Teodecki, a perfect 8 of 8 for 215 yards and a touchdown. George Farley, 2 receptions, 122 yards, and a score. Of course, one of those, the 84-yard touchdown. Jack Rudberg, 2 catches for 52 yards. Brendan Fournier, 2 for 21 and a touchdown. And Gavin Custard, 2 catches for 20 yards. On the ground for the Vipers, it's been 16 carries for 77 yards. Fournier leading the way with 10 of those carries for 52 and a score. Marcion Williamson, 3 for 21. Justin Moore, 1 for 4. And Teodecki has not gained any yardage on the ground. Moore, by the way, has not returned to the game. We saw him in there get the ball once. He went off looking a little bit ginger and has not been back out onto the field. So that's a look at the numbers from the first half. One that really jumps out is the rushing yards for Carroll.
Yeah, and I think, that's they chose to come out in the very first series and really kind of open it up and try to pass a little bit. They've had some success, and even some of those pop plays that they're hitting on the perimeters are more of short little run plays. But I think they've got to establish a run, right? They're bouncing it outside a little bit. They need to try to really stick within that A gap and try to press, the middle of that defense a little bit. And then I think on the flip side, Vandergriff on their rushing attack, you've seen it develop as the games go on, and they're starting to find a little bit of groove, going some inside zone and some power game, and at some point you got to make some stops, you got to make some plays.
Carroll defense will look to do that, and it'll be Vandegrift with the ball first when the third quarter comes to an end. The Carroll band wrapping up its halftime performance right now here at AT&T Stadium. The Vandergrift band will be up next, and we will take a quick break here at halftime. The score, Vandergrift 21, Carroll 7. This is the 6A Division II State Championship game on the Dragon Sports Network.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified trained dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all three major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS.
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon Hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes in UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
We continue on the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show for the 6A Division II state title game from AT&T Stadium. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton here in Arlington as the sun begins to set on the west side of the stadium here. It is shining directly into the booth right now, even with those windows on that side that looks out on, I guess that's on the Collins Street side of the stadium here. Maybe it'll be down a little bit further before the third quarter starts.
I'm texting Jerry right now, tell him to put the tent out or get some type of curtain out right now. Hopefully it happens.
The roof is closed. The doors on both sides are open here as well. It's a little chilly outside, but it would have been nice football weather had the roof been open. I think it's typically closed for the high school football state championship games, but they do play here tomorrow night. Probably a little chilly, I would imagine. Be closed for that. But Carroll trailing by 14 here, 21-7 at halftime. Mentioned a couple of times that this is the 11th of 12 state championship games here this weekend, and talk a little bit about some of Carroll's history in state title games. The Dragons have won 8. That is the fifth most in state history. Salina had 8 coming into yesterday and won, so they now have 9, tied with Katy for 3rd in state history. Carthage also won this week. They've got 10, and Aledo leads all Texas schools with 12 state championships. So that's kind of the rarefied air that you're talking about when you talk about this Dragon football team.
Well, it's hard to get here, Chris. You know, you look after 2020, the last time that the Dragons won the state championship was in 2011. It doesn't come often, and it is difficult. But we talked a lot about just a little bit in the pregame and just really throughout the season about this Dragon team. They're very young, right? They're only graduating just probably less than a handful of seniors. Majority of those graduates are going to be on the defensive side. And so you're going to have regardless of the outcome tonight, you're going to have a wealth of talent coming back. And, you do have, quite a few grades loaded up, behind in this Dragon system. And so, we talk about getting here. We've been knocking on the door, so to speak, the Dragons have for a few years now. And, as hard as it is to get here, regardless, there's a big future for the Dragon in football nation here.
How has this defense kind of come together this year? Because, the last couple of years, the start of the season, really both years, it's been who's going to become those leaders on defense. And the problem has resolved itself fairly quickly both times. So how has this group kind of come together and gotten it done, allowing just 22 points a game on the season?
I think you're right. I mean, that is a question, just as a fan, in affiliation with Southlake is, what's going to happen with the defense? What's it going to be like next year? Who's going to fill those voids? Oh, it's not going to happen. Who is it? Who's the next man up? But really, they've come together and gelled. I think the biggest question marks every year is going to be, how do you get pressure on the quarterback? I think there was a big addition, just, getting Jack Van Dorsler, switched around on the defensive end side. You had, Austin Davidge coming back, who was playing the 3 tech last year and came out as a defensive end this year. And it's just been phenomenal. You see a little bit of him at a 3 tech, tonight. But I think you've seen Zach Hayes, you've seen Jake Lucky. You see a lot of guys that have developed, over the year, so to speak, and even the back end built to hollow, coming up from really the JV standpoint, right? Making his name made and getting in that starting lineup. You have Robbie Ladd. He's a guy who was brought up as a sophomore last year as well. And so you just got a lot of talent. Really, you have Landon Harris, Gavin Strange, Parker Harris, William Chen. You'll have Ethan Fisher, though, to let go as a senior. But up front, you have a lot of guys that are in the mix and are doing a lot of things on this defensive line. So I think more than anything, Chris, it's just about getting reps and getting experience, and it helps you develop a little bit.
Talked pregame about how you really see that in high school sports development during the course of the season. Carroll in search of its 9th state title. The first 3 came in a batch with Bob Ledbetter as the head coach, 1988, 1992, and 1993. The next 4 came under Todd Dodge, 2002, 2004, 2005, 2006. Hal Lawson won one as the head coach in 2011. And then along with those, you also look at just the outstanding quarterbacks that have come through Carroll, because it seems like each era for the Dragons is marked by, a quarterback who goes on to play at the next level. And look at names like Chase Daniel, Riley Dodge, Kenny Hill.
I was reading an article yesterday with Todd Dodge in it, talking about, who he's coached for and how excited he was. He had Westlake in the championship, tonight as well. And then, having the Dragons in it. And more than anything, he was just happy that Riley was here. But he had a lot of comparisons, to a young Angelo Renda to Riley Dodge. And it looks very familiar on the field from when Riley played. And I think a lot of us see that, who've been part of Dragon Nation for such a long time. You see a guy who has a mobile threat, he can push the ball down the field, and it can be accurate. And so, it's very promising. And, coming from that and coming from, what Riley Dodge was as a quarterback, he was,
State Player of the Year 2 years in a row.
State Player of the Year, and he was National Player of the Year as well. And so that's quite a compliment, and Angelo's just a very talented young man as well.
I pasted that quote into my notes. That's very high praise from Todd Dodge for Angelo Renda, comparing him to Riley Dodge as a quarterback during his playing days back in the early 2000s. Riley, of course, won 3 state titles as a player, looking for his first as a head coach. But his Dragons right now trail Austin Vandergrift 21-7 at the half. We'll take one more break, and when we come back, we will have the start of the 3rd quarter on the Dragons Sports Network.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burn ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Hey Dragon Nation, it's Tommy Pennington with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Like you, I'm fired up about supporting my Carroll Dragons each year on and off the field. We want the best for our kids, and that's why we're all Dragons. I'm a longtime Southlake resident that knows the real estate market and knows how to get great results. Like your kids, you deserve the best too. Call us today, 817-416-9000. Check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon family to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Howdy, Dragon fans. This is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing. As a Southlake resident, I understand what winning teams and championships are all about. CLC Roofing is your one-stop commercial and residential roofing provider. We offer roofing, gutter, skylight, and solar options for your home. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, contact us today to schedule your free roofing inspection. You can visit us online at clcroofing.com or contact my office directly at 817-416-ROOF. That's clcroofing.com or call us directly at 817-416-ROOF. And go Dragons, let's finish.
We are just a couple of minutes away from the start of the third quarter here at AT&T Stadium in the state title game, 6A Division II. Carroll taking on Austin Vandergriff. Austin Westlake will play North Crowley after this one here. And trailing 21-7. Touchdowns in this one for the Dragons. Brody Knowles, touchdown reception from Angelo Renda. And for the Vipers, Brendan Fournier with 2, the running back, 1 on the ground, 1 through the air, and the other one from Miles Teodecki to George Farley, an 84-yard touchdown catch for the senior, his 14th of the year. As both bands and drill teams have finished performing here at halftime, the team's warming up in the west end zone. We are in the southeast corner of AT&T Stadium. Our vantage here in the corner of one of the end zones as the Dragons retake the field here at the start of the third quarter. Carroll will play defense to start the second half. Vandegrift won the toss and opted to and deferred. So they will get the ball here to start the second half. Looking at the Carroll players coming back out of the locker room. A lot of energy, bumping each other as they ran down the field. A more subdued return to the field of play for the Vipers on the other side. But looking at the Carroll sideline, you would not think this is a team that's down 14.
No, you're never out in this, and they have the offense to put points up on the board very quickly, Chris, and they can deliver strikes and they can move the ball up and down the field, and they did it in the first half. They just had some turnovers, and if you're on the opposite side of Vandergriff here, you've got to be licking your chops a little bit, saying, if we can go down this first drive and put another touchdown up, not that, hey, it puts it away, but it could deflate it a little bit. But again, this is a big stop coming up here for the Dragons on this first, possession for Vandergrift, and it's a big test for this Dragon defense.
The kickoffs powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Carroll is on the field waiting for the Vipers return team to get out there as they make their way onto the field. Farley along with Williamson back to receive for the Vipers. And Strange will handle the kickoff duties here for the Dragons. Vandegrift getting the ball to start the third quarter, and the second half is underway. It is going to be out the back of the end zone for a touchback as the two kick returners let it land at the goal line and bounce straight through. Did see junior running back Justin Moore out there with the return team as well. We hadn't seen him except for one carry in the first half. He's a guy that carried 88 times during the season, but they've gone with Williamson as the primary second running back.
Again, we saw in the first half just Vandergriff, motioning and doing a lot of things very similar to what Riley Dodge and his offense does. Just try to get mismatches on the edge or in the inside.
Three receivers left. The tight end Rudberg to the left as well. They give it to Fournier on first down, and he is hit immediately by William Chen. A big stop there and a gain of just a yard on first down.
William Chen saw that from a mile away and off on the perimeter on the right. Great job on just delivering a hit. This will call this a hit stick in the video game world. Chris, what a shot by William Chen.
Two receivers to the right, one to the left. Ball at their own 26 with Fournier and Teodecki in the backfield. Tight end to the right side of the set as well. They move Rudberg in motion, and Teodecki will look to throw, gets it out wide to Fournier, who is pushed out of bounds after he crosses the 25-yard line at about the 27.
Again, what I loved about that, you forced Teodecki to make his second read and get it out to the running back. And great job by Parker Harris on screaming to the sideline and getting it before he could pull up and make some more yards. This is a big third down for this Dragon defense.
Just a 1-yard gain, so it is 3rd and 8 from the 27. Two receivers left, one to the right. Fournier motions to the left. They get it out short to Farley. Pitch it to Fournier coming up behind him, and he is going to be pushed out of bounds shy of the first down marker. They try a little trickeration here. Fournier thinks he got it. Farley flipped it back to Fournier, but to Hollow knocks him out of bounds, and Vandegrift is going to punt after the gain of 6.
Chris, what a shot by DeHollow. We call his name a little bit tonight. He is delivering some big hits, and it almost seemed like, the lateral pass back was unnecessary there. He could have just gone up the field and probably got the first down.
You give it to a guy who doesn't have a defender right on him, but he's also a couple yards behind you. So the punt is away by Colbert. Harris back to receive, bounces at the 35, and he will let it roll. As it crosses the 30, takes a Vandegrift bounce across the 25 and down at the 24-yard line. Though Carroll's defense does what it needs to do on the Vipers' first offensive possession, forcing a 3-and-out, and kind of eliminates the advantage of getting that opening kick of the third quarter.
Yeah, maybe a minute off the clock. That first possession is irrelevant now. Now you got the opportunity, you got a little momentum here. You've got to get down the field. You got to put some points on the board.
The ball at the Dragon 29. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Glenn and Renda in the backfield. Fake it to Glenn, throw it over the middle, off the hands of Boyd, and incomplete. He was hit as the ball glanced off his hands by the safety, Hollister Stevens. It'll be 2nd and 10.
A little RPO, and again, hitting Boyd there on the slant just right through his hands. But a great sell by the offensive line. Talking about timing, Renda's starting to get in that, seeing those receivers within, the 2 to 3 second mark.
2nd and 10. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Renda takes the snap. They fake it to Glenn again. Angelo trying to scramble outside, throws it down the left sideline, has a man caught across the 40.
Into Viper territory goes Caden Mackey. Out of bounds down the left sideline. A huge gain on 2nd and 10 for the Dragons, all the way up to the 21 of Vandegrift.
Yes, sir, Caden Mackey. Great job, Angelo Rinda. Escaping pressure, rolling out to the right, finding his man. And great job, young man, Caden Mackey, getting that ball, getting upfield.
They actually marked him out at the 22. Gain of about 50 yards on the play, call it 49. 2 backs in the backfield. Gunter and Glenn both back there. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Ball from the left hash. Fake it to Glenn again. Throw to the corner of the end zone. All alone there is Brock Boyd. He will walk in. Touchdown, Dragons. Less than 2 minutes into the 3rd quarter. Carroll gets a stop and comes back to score a touchdown. They trail by 8, 21-13.
What a great job by the offensive line, setting the protection, and great job by Rinda, not only on this throw, but the entire drive, delivers a strike to Boyd. Touchdown, Dragons.
Boyd was wide open inside the 5-yard line. Just had to turn and walk in. The Tommy Pennington Compass Group point after try by Gavin Strange is good. So just over a minute and a half into this quarter. 10:28 to go in the 3rd. It's Vandergrift 21, Carroll 14 in the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragon Sports Network.
This is Dr. Mark Greenberg, team physician for the Carroll Dragons. All-Star Orthopedics is proud to be the official sports medicine providers of Dragon Athletics. Our 8 board-certified orthopedic specialists offer surgical as well as non-surgical treatments for a full range of orthopedic injuries and conditions, with on-site imaging and physical therapy, along with best-in-class outpatient and inpatient surgical facilities. You can trust that we will be there with you every step of the way. Let us get you back in the game.
Hello, Southlake. Carroll Dragons' biggest fan here, Tommy Pennington. For over 22 years, Tommy Pennington Realty Group has been the go-to real estate team when it comes time to buy or sell. When it comes to Southlake, there are 2 teams you can count on, Carroll Dragons and the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Be sure to visit us on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com or feel free to give us a call today, 817-416-9000. So from my Dragon family to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
Dragons quickly back within a touchdown, trailing 21-14. 10:28 to go in the 3rd quarter after Brock Boyd finds the end zone. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Boyd now with 10 catches for 136 yards and a touchdown here in the state championship game. 3 returners back for Vandegrift as Strange kicks it through the end zone for another touchback for the Dragons. Now this Carroll defense try to stand up again, forced a 3 and out on the opening possession of the 3rd quarter. It didn't take the offense long to answer.
Whatever was said in the locker room, Chris, keep the mojo going for this Dragon team. You know, what you love about it, 7 points already back on the board. You cut it down to a 7-point game. There's very little time, chipped away from the clock. Another big stop from this Dragon defense.
So 25-yard line for the Vipers. 2 receivers to the right, tight end to the right as well. They keep it on the ground here. Fournier, big hole up the middle. Gets by a tackler across the 40, across midfield. It's going to be a foot race to the end zone. Strange is going to drag him down across the 30-yard line to the 25 of the Dragons as Fournier saw a seam up the middle and burst through it for a huge gain of 50 yards.
Again, inside zone there, just makes a great cutback, right behind Chase Springer, the center, and left guard Austin Lewis. And then he puts on the afterburners, getting through the second level. Great job. Vandergrift has found some ways, to get this running game jump-started for them. They're doing multiple things to try to catch this Dragon defense off guard.
Fournier now with up over 100 yards on the game after that one as they put Williamson in the backfield now, hand it to him on first down. He picks up a couple of yards to the 23.
Good job by Zach Hayes getting off the block there on the right end and shutting down Williamson.
Fournier checks back in after catching his breath following that 50-yard run. So ball at the Carroll 23 now on the left hash. 3 receivers to the right. They bring the tight end in tight to the formation, as well as another receiver on the left side. They take the snap, give it to Fournier, running behind the left guard again, dragging a defender across the 15, still on his feet, and finally brought down as Fisher and Davidge combine on the stop after an 11-yard gain.
Again, they're finding success, on that left side, starting with Parker Cecil, Austin Lewis, and then Chase Springer coming in there as the center. They're doing a good job on just getting the running backs to the second level.
Another first down, this time at the Carroll 12-yard line. 2 receivers right. They give it to Fournier again. This time he's hitting the backfield, loses a couple of yards, puts him behind the sticks.
And the game plan by Sanders, Vandergriff, he's doing a good job, just getting this ball in the running game moving, chipping away from this clock. He can't get in the track meet with Southlake. That's going to become difficult. He's got to grind it out a little bit. He's doing it, but a great job by the Dragon defense on a big stop by Zach Hayes.
2nd and 11. Ball at the 13. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Tight end to the left as well. Fournier moves over to Teodecki's right. They throw over the middle on 2nd down, complete it inside the 10-yard line. Goes Gavin Custer up to the 6.
You're seeing on the right there, they're putting out Fournier out in the flats and bringing Custer, at a slant over the middle, forcing Chin to make a decision. What is he going to cover? Chin decided to go to the flats that time, so he delivered to Custer there on the slant.
Bring a power formation in here on 3rd and 4 from the Carroll 6-yard line. You've got to get to the 2 to pick up a first down. They're running an extra guy onto the field. Play clock down to 4. They're going to have to use a timeout.
Timeout. Vandergrift. It's their first timeout of the second half.
We will take a quick timeout as well with 7:21 to go in the 3rd quarter. It is Vandegrift 21.
Media timeout on the field.
Carroll 14 in the 6A Division II state title game on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burn ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
$7:21 to go in the third quarter. Vipers lead the Dragons 21-14 in the state title game, and a big third down play coming up here for this Carroll defense. It is 3rd and 4 from the Dragons' 6-yard line. Carroll trying to come up with a stop here to force a field goal try. Come out in a power formation. Shift the quarterback out wide. Fournier lines up in the shotgun. 2 linemen down to his right. He takes a direct snap, running behind his big blockers, gets to the 5, maybe the 4, but nothing more. Carroll stops him short of the line to gain.
What a shot by Robbie Ladd. Came through there like a rocket, taking down Teodecki. Just a great job.
So now it looks like he might go for it here. There's 5 Vipers coaches standing along the sidelines giving signals. Now they back up onto the sideline, and Vandergrift's going to go for it. 4th and 2 from the Dragon 4. Same formation. Fournier lined up as the quarterback. Teodecki split out wide to the right. Fournier takes the direct snap, hit in the backfield. The Dragons force the turnover on downs. Zach Hayes, William Chen in there to make the stop.
Zach Hayes, William Chen, when he come off the perimeter. Huge play by the Dragon defense. Huge stop.
And going into the half, it felt like the Vipers had some momentum, but
you can feel the Dragon magic, Chris.
In just over half a quarter, the feeling in the building has completely flipped. Carroll forced a 3 and out on Vandegrift's first possession of the third, went down and scored in less than a minute, and now forces a turnover on downs. Angelo Renda takes the snap. There's a flag. This is a free play. Throws it up for Boyd along the right sideline. He makes the catch as he is shoved down out of bounds, but there was a Viper defensive lineman offside. Boyd shaken up a little bit after that hit, but will stay in the game.
The result of the play is incomplete pass. Offsides, defense number 55. 5-yard penalty, replay first down.
So George Serrant, the defensive lineman, jumped.
That's George Serrant coming in for Ian Witt. Ian Witt was on that power formation on the offense. And I tell you what, taste of your own medicine a little bit there, Vandergrift on the offsides.
So Witt is back in there now after getting a snap to recover after playing on the offensive side for a few plays. So it'll be 1st and 5 for the Dragons now. Ball at their own 10. 3 receivers left, tight end to the right. Designed run for Renda. Up the middle he goes across the 15, picking his way through. And it's going to go down short of the 20 at the 18 or 19-yard line.
It's just a QB designed run. What an effort by Trent Wilson, the left guard, and center Kerry Clayton. They opened up the middle, just a gaping hole for Angelo Renda. Great job by the offensive line up front.
Picked up 8 on the play for the first down. About 6 minutes to go here in the third. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Glenn to Renda's right in the backfield. They'll fake it to Christian. Angelo going deep down the left sideline. This one is going to be intercepted again. And it's the same defender, or a different defender, I should say, Matt Draken, the team leader in interceptions, comes up with his 6th of the season for the Vipers. And that momentum shift we were talking about, the pendulum swings back toward Vandegrift. Carroll's 3rd turnover today.
Again, it's a quick throw by Rinda. Looks like he was just throwing to a spot, versus the man. And Knowles just hadn't broke out of his route yet. And, great play by Matt Drake and getting up and getting the ball.
So now the Vipers take over in Dragon territory at the Carroll 47. Fournier gets it, running up the middle, across the 45 to the 40-yard line.
Again, going back to inside zone, they've had a lot of the success. We talked about it last drive behind this left side of Austin Lewis and Chase Springer.
Davidge comes up to make the stop on the play. 7-yard gain on 1st down. It'll be 2nd and 3 up to the Carroll 40. 2 receivers to the right, bring 2 tight ends in left side. Fournier running behind that left side of the line, spins forward for a few more, but it looks like this is going to be enough to move the chains. A gain of 4 up to the Dragon 36.
It was a great block by Jack Rudberg there, and just on their perimeter on sealing that edge for Fournier.
First and 10 from the 36 on the right hash of the NFL. They put 2 receivers out left. H-back to the right side, Fournier over there as well. Teodecki design run behind the running back. He's dragged down in the backfield by Jack Van Dorsler. Teodecki has not had a lot of success running it himself today, and Van Dorsler continues that trend.
They've kept it out of the right side, really towards Van Dorsler on their offense. Van Dorsler's such a large human being. He can occupy so much space and so quickly. Great job by the senior defensive end.
2nd and long here, 2nd and 11 after the loss of a yard. Teodecki will throw. Looking right sideline, throws one up, but too high. The intended receiver was Gavin Custer, and it falls incomplete.
I think that's his first incompletion of the night, Chris. Again, it wasn't there. He had to let it develop and just overthrew there. Again, we're looking at a 3rd down for the Dragons. A big play for this defense.
Seems like we've been saying that a lot here in the 3rd quarter. This defense has been asked to stand up to the Viper offense, and we'll try to do it again here on 3rd and 11. From the Carroll 37-yard line, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Tight end comes in motion to the left side. They will keep it on the ground, giving it to Fournier, and he is going to be taken down after a short gain by Gavin Strange. He picked up a yard back to the original line of scrimmage. It's 4th down.
How tough is that, Chris? You're 1-to-1 on that edge, on that perimeter on the right side. What a play by Gavin Strange. He's the only guy away from really getting the 1st down, even possibly a touchdown.
2nd straight possession that Vandergrift's going for it on 4th down. 4th and 10. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Didn't get it last time inside the Carroll 10. Go for it here, kind of in that no man's land. And Teodecki will actually take the snap and pooch kick it. It lands inside the 10 and bounces into the end zone. So good break for the Dragons there to see that one bounce across the goal line and come back out for a touchback.
Chris, this is 3 straight drives. This Dragon defense has showed up and showed out in the second half. Tipping the hat to you. Great job. Now, offense, you've got to respond. You've got to get to the end zone.
Carroll's offense set to go out there after the Renda interception, his 2nd of the day. Pulled in by Matt Draken, the senior corner. So the Dragons have the ball at the 20-yard line. 2 receivers right. Gunter comes in motion right to left. On 1st down, they give it to Glenn, running behind left guard. Gets up to the 24-yard line, so 4-yard gain for Christian Glenn.
Love the call on 1st down. Again, sticking it to the bread and butter inside zone, right behind Trent Wilson. And, you love the follow-up block there. You had the tight end coming through and a great little seal block on the linebacker.
Dragons have run for just 45 yards today, but still got to keep this defense honest of the Vipers. They show pressure off the left edge, bring it. Renda keeps it, running across the 20, thought about pulling it up and throwing, and instead will get to the 25-yard line, picks up 1 yard on the play.
Yeah, it looked like he had, actually, if he had handed off to Christian Glenn, he had a little bit on the left side there. But again, he found a corral of awesome Vandergrift defenders there. Big third down for the Dragon offense.
So 3rd and 5 now. Carroll 3 of 6 on 3rd down today. 3 receivers left. Boyd all alone on the right side. Glenn to Renda's right. From the Carroll 25. Renda takes the snap. Ball got loose, but flags fly everywhere. There was some motion, maybe some miscommunication along the line. And looking at the Carroll sideline, it looks like this is going to go against Vandegrift.
False start. Offense, number 51. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
Carroll coaches thought this one was going to go against the Vipers, but instead it's a false start and backs Carroll up 5. Renda just not in position to take the snap when the ball was snapped.
That's better than an alternative, I'll tell you that, Chris.
Yes. There was a Vandegrift defender ready to scoop that one up and walk into the end zone. 3rd and 10 at their own 20. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. The Vandegrift defense shifts, and another flag comes out. This Carroll coaching staff.
False start. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
Another false start on the Dragons. And is this what you were talking about before the game with the stemming of this Vipers
This is the stemming right before the snap count. And this is probably the 3rd time they've got Southlake on it tonight. You know, there's a part of this, you shouldn't be able to do that defensively, and I think that's what Riley's upset about. He's trying to plead his case to the ref, saying you can't keep doing this. But again, false start on the Dragons, pushing them back.
Now 3rd and 15, same formation, 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Renda takes the snap, fakes it to Glenn, looking to throw, goes deep down the right sideline, looking for Boyd, a little bit of contact, it falls incomplete, no flags, and it will be 4th and long for the Dragons, as Scott Buchanan was in coverage.
Yeah, it was a tough throw. You're just trying to get some type of opportunity there over the top, and good coverage by Scott Buchanan. He's a big guy, about 6'2", 6'3", 200 pounds.
Really big for a high school corner. Hayes will punt it away for Carroll. George Farley back to receive. Hayes standing at about his own 1-yard line, takes the snap, gets it away. High spiraling kick, a good one across midfield. Farley calls for the fair catch and makes it all the way back at his 41-yard line. So big punt of 49 yards for Zach Hayes, and Carroll needed it.
Yeah, it was a great job just flipping the field a little bit. And again, this Dragon defense, I know they're getting a little tired. They've been on the field quite a bit so far this 3rd quarter. But again, you bend and don't break. I can't say it again. We say it every series. You got to get a big stop.
And they're going to be asked to do it again. They've come up with 4th down stops on 2 possessions in a row for the Vipers. A minute to play in this 3rd quarter. Carroll, defensive line shifting a little bit here as they keep it on the ground on 1st down. Fournier runs right over a defender at midfield, Williamson rather. The ball carrier runs right over a defender at midfield, does get taken down, but a little bit of a stinger there for Parker Harris.
Yeah, this time going with the buck sweep to the left, pulling right guard Jarian Smith and left guard Austin Lewis out there to the left side, creating the convoy for Fournier. And again, big play on 1st down for this Vandergrift offense.
Actually, Ethan Fisher on the stop, I should say. 9-yard gain for Williamson. They go empty backfield now. 4 receivers and a bunch to the right. Tight end to the right. Teodecki setting up a screen, flings it out right side. Sniffed out by Carroll. William Chen, who else on the stop at the 47-yard line. A loss of 3 on the play.
Interesting call there, Chris.
That will also be the final snap of the quarter as we hit triple zeros. Triple zeros on the clock. So Carroll
out on the field.
So the Carroll defense gets Vandegrift out of a 3rd and short and into a 3rd and something a little more manageable for this Dragon defense, and they will face it after this break. 4th quarter coming up in the 6A Division II State Championship game. It's Vandergrift 21 and Carroll 14 on the Dragon Sports Network.
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified trained dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
12 minutes to go in the state championship game. Carroll trailing Vandergrift 21-14 as we get set to start the 4th quarter here. It is Vandegrift ball, facing a 3rd and 4 from their own 47-yard line. Lost 3 yards on the last play. Williamson, not Fournier, in there at running back here on this possession, or on this snap, who's had so much success today. They move the tight end over right to left, and a flag comes out. This may be another false start.
False start. Offense number 13. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
We haven't seen the Dragons shift that much all season. Is this doing this because they see the Vipers not being called for anything, so giving it a shot?
Well, no, I mean, we haven't really recognized it as much, but they do it, but they don't do it so much in the pre-snap. They have done it, throughout the season a little bit, just not as intentional.
3rd and 9. Teodecki will throw. Looks over the middle. It is caught right at midfield. It's going to be awfully close. It's Hudson Radcliffe, the tight end, on the reception, and they're going to give him the exact amount of yards he needed to move the chains. He caught it at midfield and fell forward to the 51.
We haven't talked about Hudson Radcliffe a lot, but he's a guy that is a big body, 6'4", and 230-pound tight end. He's a guy who's going to go play at the next level. They actually got 2 of those guys there as backup as well.
He's on the left side of the formation now. 2 receivers right. They keep it on the ground. Fournier bouncing it outside, trying to get outside the numbers, and finally dragged down by Ethan Fisher at the 40-yard line.
What I'm impressed the most about Fournier here is just his ability, just his vision on finding the holes in the cutback lanes. He's doing a great job. He's putting the Dragon defenders on the second level in a difficult spot.
It's a tough task to bring down the 6'2", 210 running back for some of these defensive backs in one-on-one scenarios. That's what they're being asked to do here. 2nd and short. 2 yards to go. Ball at the 40-yard line. 2 tight ends to the right.
Give it to Fournier, running behind left guard. Has enough for the first down. Up to the 37.
And Chris, you mentioned, Fournier's size, 6'2", 210 body. You just get him going, north and south and leaning down. He's going to pick up 2 to 3 yards.
First and 10, ball at the Dragon 37. 2 receivers to the right, low snap. Teodecki picks it up, throws incomplete. It's like maybe a little bit of a broken play there, as he threw it over one receiver and short of another.
It's a great job at Southlake on just getting some pressure on Teodecki. Again, we kind of talked this about the quarterbacks that play against Southlake. You've got to make him work for those passes. If you can get them to move around the pocket a little bit, it can change the way they throw the ball. Great job by the Dragon defense there.
1 tight end each side, 2 receivers right, and Fournier to the right of the quarterback. 2nd and 10 from the 37 of the Dragons. Fournier will take the snap, or will take the handoff going up the middle. Gets to the 35-yard line. A couple yards on the play.
Again, Will Tahalo on the tackle. He just throws his body out there at the, the running backs. He's done it all game, catching them on a little buck sweep on the backside. What a hit by Tahalo. We said that a few times tonight, Chris.
This is a sophomore who did not get a ton of playing time up until the regional final, and showing up in a big way in the state championship game. Vandergrift just 2 of 7 on 3rd down. 3rd and 8. They completed out left sideline. It is enough for a first down up to the 25-yard line for George Farley. They pick up 11.
Again, Teodecki just moving out to his left on a design, targeted pass play to Farley, who's been a lot of his pick of choice tonight.
Game clock down to 9:41 in the 4th quarter. 3 receivers to the right. They bring one in tight to the formation. 1 receiver, or 1 tight end left as well. Hand off to Fournier, running off left side for a gain of 1. Some piece of equipment went flying on the play as well. Didn't quite see what it was.
Again, big hit by Robbie Ladd. Just filling that gap and being authoritative on his tackle. You've got to slow down. Again, this run game from Vandergrift has been pretty potent in here, really since the 2nd quarter.
2nd down, ball at the 24 of the Dragons. 3 receivers right. Give it to Fournier, trying to stretch it out left side again. Has some running room across the 20. Past the 15 and down inside the 15. At the 13-yard line.
Again, nothing more than a buck sweep, getting the right guard, Jadarian Smith, and the left guard, Austin Lewis, out on convoy to the left. And Fournier just follows his blocks, and great job getting the 2nd level once again.
Picks up 11 more. The buck sweep was something you thought we might see from the Vipers tonight. 2 backs in the backfield now. Now 1 motions out. 2 tight ends left. Teodecki takes the snap. Throws into the flat, caught and thrown down in the backfield is Jake Rudberg. Loss of 2 on the play.
Great job by William Chen. He's all over Rudberg on that play. Give him back for just a little bit of a loss.
The Vipers have thrown behind the line of scrimmage a lot in the 2nd half, and the Dragons have made a hit behind the line more times than not. 2nd and 10 from the 13. So they move 3 receivers over to the left side. Fournier running behind that left guard again. Not a ton there. William Chen
again on the hit.
Jake Lucky involved as well. Short gain. Another big 3rd down for this Dragons defense. Ball is on the 12. It's 3rd and 8.
Receivers bunched into the left side, one out wide to the right. Fournier in the backfield with Teodecki. Teodecki takes the snap, throws over the middle, caught, dropped. Over the middle, he had Gavin Custer ready to walk into the end zone, and he just could not pull it in. Had it in his hands, and as he went to tuck it into his elbow, he just dropped the football.
That's when you're seeing Pater too quickly, Chris. You got to make sure you get the catch, you secure it, and then get in the end zone.
So it will be a field goal try here for Wiley Olson from 28. Flags fly before the snap. We await the call here.
False start. Kicking team, number 74. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
So that'll back him up 5, make it a 33-yarder. We saw Noah Colbert take the first field goal try for the Vipers, missed it. And now they go to Wiley Olson, who was a first-team kicker last year in the district. From the right hash, snap is down. Olson puts the foot into it, and it is good. So Olson converts on the field goal try with 6:51 to go in the fourth quarter.
Immediate timeout on the field.
And puts the Vipers up 10. Just under 7 minutes to play in the state title game. The score is Vandergrift 24, Carroll 14 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Howdy, Dragon fans. This is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing. As a Southlake resident, I understand what winning teams and championships are all about. CLC Roofing is your one-stop commercial and residential roofing provider. We offer roofing, gutter, skylight, and solar options for your home. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, contact us today to schedule your free roofing inspection. You can visit us online at clcroofing.com or contact my office directly at 817-416-ROOF. That's clcroofing.com or call us directly at 817-416-ROOF. And go Dragons, let's finish.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Macero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso-craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Macero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope, and peace, and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Vipers 24, Dragons 14, the score with 6:51 to go in the fourth quarter of the 6A Division II state championship game. A Wiley Olson field goal extends the Viper lead to 10. Caps a 14-play, 43-yard drive, Robert, that took 6 minutes and 10 seconds off the clock.
Sounds familiar, Chris.
Sounds like what Carroll did to Longview at the end of the state semifinal matchup last week. However, this time, Carroll still's got nearly 7 minutes to play with. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake, as this one is going to be returnable and fielded by the Dragons, running left to right across the 10-yard line. Flag comes out, and out of bounds goes Jacob Montez back there, returning kicks for Carroll here.
Officials timeout on the field.
It's like they're going to take some time to talk about, or no, there was an injured player down back near the 10-yard line for the Vipers. There's also a flag on the play. Kickoffs powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Had a few players banged up in this one. More injury timeouts than we've had in most games this season. As they tend to the down Viper. Being helped off, not putting much weight on his right leg, and that is one of the starting safeties, Hollister Stevens. If he is unavailable, that would be big loss for the Viper defense. Starting to put a little more weight on it the further towards the sideline he gets. But he will certainly not be out there for at least the first couple snaps.
During the return, illegal block in the back, receiving team. Half the distance from the spot of the foul, first down.
Carroll will be backed up here inside its own 10-yard line. Needing a couple of scores with 6:42 to go. 3 receivers right. Tight end to the other side as they throw one out into the flat for Boyd. He gets outside the numbers, 10, 15, and hit hard out of bounds as he gets up to about the 19-yard line.
Again, we see these little pop passes off the left here to Boyd specifically, just trying to get him the ball in space and make a move. Great block by Caden Mackey there on the perimeter.
A new set of downs for Carroll. At the 19, 3 receivers right, 1 left. Glenn moves over to Renda's left. Angelo looks to throw, gets it to Christian in the flat again. He crosses the 20-yard line and goes out of bounds at the 26.
Great heads-up play by Christian Glenn, just coming out of the flat, and a great pitching catch by Renda and Glenn, and then finding his way out of bounds.
7-yard gain, and also stops the clock. Which allows Carroll to take a little more time getting the play call in. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. It's Knowles all alone over there. There's shade safety help over to that right side. Glenn in the backfield with Renda. This time a short pass out to the right side. They get it to Gunter this time, and he has enough to move the chains as he gets across the 30, 35, up to the 36.
And Blake Gunter, big physical receiver, standing right around 6'1". And those little holes there on the perimeter, Chris, they're very small, but great job by Blake on getting the ball, getting upfield, and getting the first down.
10 more yards for Gunter there. Trips right, Glenn motions out that way. Renda takes the snap, looking to throw, steps up, lost one down the sideline, open and incomplete. He had Mackey, but throw was just a little bit off the mark. So we get a look here at the replay.
Just a little too much air on it.
But that spot's been open a few times tonight for Carroll.
We've seen on the back end, in between the safety in the corner, there is a soft spot that Renda's targeted a few times.
Trips right. Knowles to the left. Glenn in the backfield. On 2nd and 10, Renda will throw. Gets it to Glenn in the flat again, and he dropped it. Had a little bit of running room at the 35-yard line, and unable to haul it in. Probably, you would assume this is 4-down territory for Carroll with just under 6 minutes to go, down 10. 3 receivers left for Carroll, One goes to the right side. It's Gunter by himself on that side. Glenn to Renda's right. Angelo looks to throw again. Has some time. Dancing around back there. Throws over the middle. Boyd caught across the 45. First down, Carroll.
The old connection, Chris. Renda and Boyd, they've done it for such a long time. Renda, creating time with his legs all day to throw. Great protection. Just steps up, delivers a strike to Boyd across the middle. Boyd finds the first down. Great job.
17 yards on the play. New set of downs for Carroll. Up to the Vandegrift 47. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Glenn in the backfield. Clock running. Renda will drop back. And before the ball was snapped, Riley Dodge uses a timeout.
Snap. Timeout. Southlake. It's their first timeout of the second half.
We will take it as well with 5:08 to go in the third quarter. It's Vandergrift 24, Carroll 14 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS.
Just over 5 minutes to play in regulation in the state title game. Carroll trailing Vandergrift 24-14, but Dragons driving into Vipers territory. Ball at the Vandergrift 47-yard line, and a new set of downs for Carroll. Riley Dodge just used his first time out of this half. 2 running backs in there now, alongside Renda. Is Gunter back there along with Glenn. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Angelo takes the snap, fakes it to Glenn, looks over the middle, and Boyd hauls it in across the 35 for another Dragon first down.
Again, great protection up front. Brenda's able to stay in the pocket. Boyd comes over the middle again on a slant. Great job on just giving up your body to make the catch and the first down.
He's got 13 catches, more than 175 yards today. To get it out in the flat on first down. Mackey trying to get through a tackle, does, lunges forward across the 25-yard line, down to the 23.
Now pop past the Mackey off to the left. Great job by Mackey. Again, a young sophomore up here making a great play in space.
His second catch of the day goes for 10 yards. Another first down for Carroll. Of the dual running back set in again. Motion Gunter out to the right. Renda will throw. Gets it to Gunter. Has a blocker out in front of him. Spinning inside the 15 and down to the 12.
You love the mojo of the Dragon offense. They're moving, just clinically on up and down the field right now. Great job by Blake Gunter on getting the ball and extending and getting them outside the perimeter.
11 more yards for Carroll on that play. Now 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line of the Vipers. They send a receiver in motion. Fake it to the running back. Renda will tuck it, thinks about running himself, crosses the line of scrimmage inside the 10, inside the 5, and goes down at the 3-yard line.
Chris is about 2 shake and bakes away from a touchdown. Great run by Renda. He had his eyes on the end zone, trying to find someone to get released and open, but great job by Renda to put his head down and trying to get in the end zone.
Picked up about 8. It'll be 2nd and 2 from the 4. 2 receivers each side. Renda takes the snap, has time, gonna run it himself inside the 5, gonna be stopped short. Picked up a couple of more yards and has a first down to the 1-yard line.
Again, you got to be cautious a little bit of time, get a little bit tempo up to the line.
Let's punch it in.
Carroll still with 2 timeouts. First and goal at the 1. 4 receivers right. Glenn in the backfield with Renda. Angelo takes the snap, going to try to get in himself, is going to be hit in the backfield and taken down for a loss. Adam Scott gets him down behind the line of scrimmage. And Riley Dodge
timeout.
Is using a timeout.
Southlake, second timeout of second half.
It is Carroll's second timeout of this half. And now it will be 2nd and 5, or 2nd and goal from the 5, I should say, after Renda lost a few yards on that design run. 2 of the names we haven't called much tonight are Deshaun Morgan and Ian Witt.
You know, that was a big part of today that we saw from the defense of what they had to prepare for. And, you know, that the line up front has really shut them out and had done an excellent job on really neutralizing them. I think at times it's just been Carroll kind of shooting themselves in the foot with a turnover here and there. But ultimately, you know, that front 3 hasn't done a lot.
It's been the linebackers making a lot of the plays for this Vandegrift defense. The secondary, of course, coming up with a couple of interceptions and a fumble recovery. And out of this timeout, 2nd and goal for Carroll from the 5. Dragons trailing by 10. Boyd is in the backfield here, along with Renda and Blake Gunter. Now they motion out of it. Glenn comes back alongside. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Bring Boyd into the slot. Renda takes the snap. Roll out to his right. Lost one up for the end zone, looking for Knowles. It's broken up. Buchanan in coverage again. He has had a heck of a game.
Renda thought he had it there on the right on the scramble. That hole closed very quickly, so he had to decide to pick up and throw it out to Knowles to get a little bit of a jump ball in the back of the end zone.
3rd and goal from the 5. Dragons had 1st and goal from the 1. Rendell lost a few yards on a design run on 1st down. Throws incomplete on 2nd down. 3rd down, 3 receivers right. Knowles to the left, ball on the left hash with Glenn in the backfield. Renda will throw. Throws one to the corner, looking for Knowles, and it is incomplete. Buchanan in coverage again. Looked like maybe a little early contact, but no flags.
It was a very physical matchup. You know, Buchanan had his hands up, and it looked like there was some contact, Chris. But again, we talked about Buchanan. You know, he is a big corner at 6'2", about 200 pounds.
So 4th down and goal from the 5. Dragons got to punch it in here. Trips right, 1 receiver left. Carroll opting to try for the touchdown instead of just kicking it. Down 10. Renda takes the snap, goes over the middle. It is incomplete. Looking for Blake Gunter. Another physical play by these Vandegrift defensive backs, and they force a turnover on downs.
Big play by C.J. Moore, and did a great job there on coverage. He just, you know, had read that the whole way on the inside route and release.
Well, the Dragons with just 1 timeout remaining, 2:32 on the clock. Vandegrift will take over deep in their own territory at the 5. They stay in the gun here. Carroll running a defender on late. They hand it to Fournier on 1st down. Runs right side across the 10-yard line to the 11. Picks up 6.
Again, we see the powerful running of Fournier. You know, someone who wasn't really, you know, I would say on the radar in pregame and what he's done, you know, just throughout the year. But tonight, hard, physical running by Fournier.
Clock continuing to run here, and of course Vandegrift not in any rush to get to the line of scrimmage. Play clock down to 9 as they break the huddle. 2 receivers to the right, 2 tight ends to the right as well. Fournier in the backfield. He gets it again, running outside left. Going to be hit in the backfield, dropped for a loss of about a yard by William Chen. And now Riley Dodge will spend his final timeout.
Timeout, Southlake. That's your third and final timeout of the second half.
So Vandegrift.
30-second timeout.
Carroll cannot stop the clock again after this. And Dragons will need to get a third down stop here. But again, down 10 would need to come up with 2 possessions to find a way to tie this one. Talk about Fournier today, has had a big game. 158 rushing yards, 1 touchdown, has also caught 3 passes for 27 yards and a touchdown. For the quarterback, Miles Teodecki, it hasn't been anything flashy, but he's been efficient. Carroll defense has been good on third downs. Vipers are just 3 of 9 as they line up here from the 10. Give it to Fournier running up the middle. Not going to get the first. Picked up a couple of yards to the 12. It'll be 4th down. Dragons can't stop the clock here. But you would think Vandegrift is going to punt. They do have 2 timeouts left, so they can let the clock run down and then call timeout. It looks like that may be what they do, as the punt team is not out there yet. Play clock still with 14, so they can hold on to this one until there's about 50 seconds left in the game. Drew Sanders standing next to one of the officials waiting to call timeout. Now finally does, with 1 second on the play clock, 51 seconds to go in the game.
Vandergrift, it's their second timeout of the second half. 30-second timeout.
This is the second of the half for Vandegrift, looking to win its first state championship. Vandegrift was here a couple of years ago, fell in the state title game to DeSoto. 42-17. Now trying to get to the title game and come out with a different result. Good crowd here at AT&T Stadium for this one. It's been tight throughout. On to punt it away for Vandegrift is Noah Colbert. Boyd back to receive it for the Dragons. Snap back, punt is away. Boyd calls for a fair catch on the Vipers side of midfield at the 47, and Carroll will have it there.
Not a lot of time to work with, Chris, but you know, you're going to take some shots here if you're Riley Dodge offense, or try to get some quick pop passes out to the right and left. Gain some yardage, 15 yards at a time, and then try to get a more manageable strike in the end zone, and then hope and prayer for an onside.
44 seconds to play. You go empty backfield here. 3 receivers right, 1 or 2 to the left. Christian Glenn in the slot right. Looks like they're only going to rush 3 are the Vipers. Renda throws short, completes it to Knowles across the 40-yard line. And Vipers defense in no rush to get up and go.
Down to 30 seconds to play. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right, Glenn in the backfield. Renda will throw again. Looking down the right sideline, taking a shot for Boyd. It is tipped and incomplete. I think Buchanan may have gotten a hand on it. It falls incomplete down inside the 5-yard line.
You talk about Buchanan, he's done a really good job tonight just in coverage. You know, he's been that guy there not to be able to get over the top on. And, you know, I think this Vandergrift defense has done such a great job as well, just overall.
Down to 22 seconds to play. 2nd and 10 for Carroll. 3 receivers to the right again, or to the left again, I should say. 1 to the right. Renda dropping back. Under pressure this time over the middle. Complete to Gunter at the 30. He's driven back from there, but they won't give him forward progress after a gain of 7. Carroll quickly back to the line. Renda will spike it. 6 seconds left. Probably one final play for Carroll here. And they're going to send Gavin Strange out for a field goal try on 4th down. Ball's at the 30, so this will be from 47. Strange had a 47-yarder before halftime that he missed. This one is up. And it is good. The Tommy Pennington Compass Group field goal try by Gavin Strange splits the uprights with a second to go and draws the Dragons within 7. But barring a miracle, that could do it. Carroll will try the onside kick here, of course, but will also need to score on the same play.
Absolutely.
The Dragons trailed at halftime by 14, 21-7. Quickly got some momentum back when the 3rd quarter started, but once we got into the 4th quarter, Vandegrift with a 6-minute touchdown drive, or 6-minute drive that resulted in a field goal, I should say, that really felt like it took a lot of the air out of the sails of the Dragons.
It was tough, and then just ending with some type of points on that drive, created that 2-possession game, which changes the strategy, and then the big stand, going in the end zone as well.
The Dragons wound up had a 1st and goal from the 1, and the Vandegrift defense came up with a turnover on downs. So Carroll will need to recover an onside kick and score simultaneously here in order to tie this one. Kickoff's powered by Massaro Southlake as Strange lines up for the onside. Gets it away, it bounces shy of the 50, it is out of bounds. Nobody touched it, so there will still be another snap, but Vandergrift will be able to take a knee and end this one. Carroll defense has done its job here in the second half, giving up just 3 points in the last 2 quarters.
The ball was touched by the receiving team in the field of play, then went out of bounds. The clock should have ran. That's the end of the game.
Well, you just heard it from the referee, Thomas McAfee. The 1 second came off the clock on the onside kick attempt by the Dragons, and the Vandegrift sideline explodes as players, coaches rush onto the field, celebrate at the 50 as Vandegrift wins the 2024 6A Division II State Championship 24-17 over the Dragons.
Got to tip your hat to Austin Vandergrift. Great job tonight, young men and coaching staff. Great game plan, great execution.
And I think you saw the wills of both of these teams. You know, it was a heavyweight matchup, very similar players and culture. It was all on display tonight. A lot of fight out of both teams, but great job and congratulations to the Vandergrift Vipers.
Teams are shaking hands at midfield right now, as Vandegrift will be presented with the championship trophy. So we'll take a break here. So Vandegrift will be presented with the championship trophy here in just a minute as North Crowley and Westlake get set to go in the 6A Division I state championship game. But Robert, Carroll falls short of the ultimate goal this season, but the way the playoff run went, the way the team matured over the course of the season, fighting through so many one-score games on the way to get here, I don't think there's anything to be disappointed about with the way this playoff run progressed for Carroll.
I think you look at the dynamics of the team, Chris. Everything they had to overcome throughout the year, you know, losing running back 1, losing running back 2, and then coming together and being such a young team. I can't say enough, but hats off to the group. And, you know, it is special. We're a resilient group. You know, they found a way to win. They just didn't have enough time tonight to make the magic happen again. But I'll tell you this, you know, this is an amazing group with a lot of talent coming up in the years to come. And I will not be shocked if we're here again in December for a state championship for these Carroll Dragons.
Look forward to it. It's a young group with a lot of returners coming back for 2025. So that'll do it for us this season. Thank you for hanging out with us every Friday night since August, some Saturdays as we came through the fall, as it comes to a bittersweet end after a magical run to AT&T Stadium for the Dragons this season. So want to thank our title sponsor, White's Chapel Methodist Church, for supporting us again this season, and all of our sponsors that help make this possible. So want to thank the Carroll Athletic Booster Club, Dragon Touchdown Club, for everything they do for us and for the program. And so for our production team at Tradio, Trey Webb, Tim Polster, or Trey Bell, Tim Polster, Bill Webb, our producer. Add a little levity to the end of the broadcast here. Bill Webb helped running things for us. For our statisticians this season, Brandy Davidson here tonight, but Scott Farrell, Steve Hunt, Monty Clegg all did a great job for us this year as well. And for Robert Clayton, Chris Blake saying goodnight for the last time this year from AT&T Stadium. Austin Vandegrift, the 2024 6A Division II state champions, beating Carroll tonight 24-17. You've been listening to Carroll Football on the Dragon Sports Network.
This week's Dragon Football broadcast has been brought to you by White's Chapel United Methodist Church, Feed Store Barbecue, Kim Bedwell, Briggs Freeman Sotheby, Godwin Bowman PC, The Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, Tommy Pennington Realty Group, Macero, All-Star Orthopedics, Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, Hearst Autoplex, Southlake Dermatology, CLC Roofing, Patriot Mobile, AC Pros, and Mills Wealth Advisors. Thanks for joining us, and go Dragons!